Not So Stock Gaming's November 28th. Yes, it is Black Friday open bracket tournament. We've picked a round 1 game for the stream this evening, and before I continue with that, I want you all to know we do have 12 teams participating tonight, meaning that the secondary bracket tournament will be occurring. For those first 8 teams, that is all teams lose in round 1 as well as in round 2, getting a second chance to participate this evening. Alright, and back to my comment about having picked a game for round 1. Looks like we're going to have our B matchup on the bracket as our round 1 game this evening, with teams Ku Gang playing from the blue side and Calvin Trolls playing from the purple side. Also important to note that it is now 7 p.m. or 1 minute past the hour actually, so all matches are technically free to start and have up to 15 minutes to get themselves started. Getting some questions about substitutes in the Twitch chat. Yes, you guys can still effect roster changes. Just let us know who you need to have added. Generally, we accept those by email, but if you want me to let me know in Twitch chat as well, we can accept those names from you. Again, guys, we do have a round 1 game here this evening. Going to have a team Ku Gang playing from the blue side, with team Calvin Trolls playing from the purple side. The losers of this matchup will be making their way into that coveted, not so coveted I suppose, secondary bracket tournament, but it does give you a second chance for some RP for your participation. The winners, of course, moving on into round 2, where again the losers will have one more shot in the secondary bracket, and the winners will advance into the semi-finals, where they are guaranteed some sort of prizing for the evening. If you guys aren't familiar with our prize packages, they are showing on my screen there. It is 3,200 RP and a Triumphant Rise skin for each member of the winning team. That is the final 5 participating members. Same thing goes for all other teams, where each member on the second place team gets 2,400 RP, 1,600 RP for the third place team, and 800 RP for the fourth place team. That is actually the prize package for both our main and secondary tournaments tonight, as well as the majority of our other events. Again, guys, we do have 12 teams participating in our main event, meaning that we will have our secondary bracket tournament starting up. And I do apologize, guys, if I sound a little bit out of breath here. Was a rather long day. I actually got in the door about 20 minutes ago, rushed to get everything set up here for the evening, and we are actually ready to go on time. Did not think it would happen, but we're here, and on time. The on time part being what I didn't think was going to happen. Apologize, guys, just taking a look at the chat. I apologize, the chat. Alright, Disappear joins the lobby here, seeing some jokes run into the all-chat lobby about his summoner name already. Again, guys, let us know what you need to have added to your team roster, and we will effect those changes for you. I'm sorry, we see In Gank Sweet Trust. Haha, I like the name, In Gank Sweet Trust. Looking for a roster substitution in Twitch chat. Again, guys, either email us those roster changes or let us know directly in Twitch chat, and I will happily update your team rosters for you. Remembering, guys, we are hosting a Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament this evening. We're going to have 4 rounds of play from the way things look. 4 games in round 1 with 4 games in round 2. Both of those games having the losers move themselves into the secondary bracket, where we're going to have 8 teams participating once again for a similar set of prizing. Of course, that bracket is not yet showing, as we won't release that until we have all 8 teams concluding their match where they have lost. Of course, the winners, as we get into the semifinals, will be the 4 teams who emerge victorious at least from the second round, meaning it will either be a 1-round victory for some of these teams or a 2-round victory, emerging undefeated through 2 rounds of play into that semifinal game. It is going to be a slightly smaller than normal tournament tonight. Still waiting for this game at hand for our round 1 matchup to get itself started. Looks like Disappear has come into the lobby, but is currently sitting in a spectator slot on us. And so they do have all of their summoners available. They do have 11 minutes remaining until this match must be started. Of course, all round 1 games are in the same situation, though all of our teams with buys into round 2 tonight will be needing to wait for those round 1 games to conclude, as we have no matches in round 2 with 2 teams showing on the bracket. Ah yes, and in Gang Sweet Trust, which team are you on? As I see your Twitch name, not your summoner name there. And that's again related to the last minute substitutions we're effecting for one of these teams. Looks like we're going to be adding the summoners Jesus Came Twice and Hyoin to the Team Siren. Alright, there's their team name. Good to effect those roster changes again, guys. I am doing a few last-minute roster changes here, so if people are trying to play with people that you don't think should be on their team currently, refresh your webpage a couple times, give it a minute. If they say they've let us know, they've probably let us know, and I'm just being slow. Again, guys, heading into round 1 here for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. Again, we do have all 10 summoners sitting in the lobby, just waiting for both teams to confirm they are ready to go. I'm also effecting some roster changes here for the Team Siren. I've added Jesus Came Twice and adding that last summoner as well, the summoner Hyoin, or however you would pronounce that name. One too many vowels in a row for me to get that one right. Looks like Team Lucky 5 also needs a last-minute substitution. They're going to be losing the summoner Zenith and adding the summoner Half Wolf, Half Dog. Apologize for my silence here, guys, but we are heading into the champion selection here. I'm still dealing with a couple last moment admin issues, getting a few more roster changes affected. Also question about RP in the Twitch chat there. Looks like it has been answered, but for those of you watching, the answer technically to when do we get our RP if we win is when Riot distributes it, which can take anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks, though we have had reports of it going out in under 24 hours occasionally for Not So Stock Gaming, as we host our 3 events back-to-back, or our 6 tournaments total depending on participation levels. We tend to submit our events results on Monday evenings, so from that Monday night when the weekend event prizes get submitted to Riot, they have 2 weeks from that point, I believe, to technically get it out without breaking their TOS. So we see it going out either the Wednesday or the preceding Monday normally. They're normally within 48 hours or right up to that next week market. It's kind of random. They have these weird bursts of speed around, I don't know if it's around their events or around their lulls, but there's periods where Riot does nothing for 2 or 3 weeks. And then there's periods where you try to contact them, and within half an hour, you're like, hey, they got back to me. It's a miracle. Also, I'm going to get into this matchup, though, guys, as again, we do have Team Ku Gang playing from the blue side, with Team Calvin Trolls playing from the purple side. And I apologize, before I do get completely in this matchup, I need to complete the last roster change request. There we go. Half Wolf, Half Dog, now added to Team Lucky 5. So going over these bans here, which I would normally do in real time, but it's been a bit of a busy start here. We have Rumble, Jarbin 4, and Fiddlesticks banned out by Team Ku Gang. With the release of the new map, I'm not sure what the standard ban pools are going to be, but Warwick seems to be a staple, and we are seeing the purple side choosing to ban out Warwick as their first ban, with Zed and Kalista following it up. Of course, with Kalista being a newer champion, she's not, or her playstyle is still unknown to some players, though at this level of play, as most of the players in this lobby are Platinum or above, I believe they are at least semi-familiar with the Kalista picks. And in last week's Open Bracket Tournament, in the matches we didn't see her banned out. Actually, in the Open, I think we didn't see her banned out once. And we had a 4 or 5 round tournament. We saw her played in every match that she was not banned out of. Same thing went for the Semi-Pro Bracket Tournament the following day. Of course, we're going to have our Semi-Pro Bracket Tournament for this week tomorrow night. Seeing Emmanuel lock in an Alistar here. Apologize for my little side tangent there about Kalista and her popularity being the newest champion in the league. Monster kill for Team Calvin Trolls will also lock in Nunu, seeing CT Panda hover over a potential Leona pick here. Believe that Emmanuel will be playing Alistar in the top lane, basing that off of his summoner spells in the larger base of the meta for Alistar, though he is also a capable support and occasionally a mid laner if played correctly. Alright, so the Nunu and Leona have been locked in here for Calvin Trolls. Looking like Montier from Team Kugang is going to hover over Skarner, at least momentarily. It looks like he's going to swap that out, however, for a potential Nocturne pick, swapping it back to Skarner, though. I'm curious to see what he opts to go with here, and still not showing a champion, and Montier swaps things up for a Nami. Going to see some Nami in the jungle. Alright, I'm kind of interested to see a Skarner come out tonight, though Nocturne is what I would consider the more popular or stronger pick. Alright, so the Nocturne will get locked in for Kugang's jungler, with Ant opting for an ADC pick here. We're going to see Vayne coming into this game. Looking like CT Boss will be locking in a Jace pick for Calvin Troll's top laner. Waiting on Sigurd to select a champion now for Team Calvin Trolls. Remembering, guys, we have Kugang on the blue side with Calvin Trolls playing on the purple side. This is the B matchup in the bracket. Speaking of that bracket, I'll get it posted back into Twitch chat for everyone. Looking like Sigurd will lock in a Vel'Koz, showing Heal Flash. I'm curious to see... No, with Leona already selected on the team, that will be a Vel'Koz in the mid lane. Waiting now on Kugang to select their final champions. Kin hovering over a Maokai pick. Makes me wonder if Alistar will end up as their support player. Or their support champion, I should say. If the Malphite, I apologize, the Maokai does get locked in with Nocturne already showing as their potential jungler, one of them would have to go top, one does have to go jungle. Of course, seeing Nocturne with that smite, I suspect Nocturne will be their jungler. So again, if Maokai, the visual update on Maokai has been having me call him the wrong name for a number of events now. I suspect that Maokai, wow, 5th time in a row, kids. Here we go. Kin likely to be their top laner, with Alistar being the support pick, I believe. We've also seen Lux locked in, I believe, as their mid lane here. So we're going to have a Vayne Alistar bottom lane pair, if I'm not mistaken, for Team Kugang, with Lux as their mid laner. Maokai in the top lane, I got it right that time, and Nocturne from the jungle. Also seeing CT Gonzi hover over a Corki pick here. They're going to be last picking their ADC. That is a bit of an odd choice to last pick your ADC, especially seeing Ant second pick their team's AD carry, having locked in the Vel'Koz mid and the Jace top prior to Kin and Disappear locking in their mid and top lane champions. Opens up Team Calvin Trolls to potentially being counterpicked in this game. Seeing CT Gonzi now hover over a potential Lucian pick. We've seen a number of ADCs be hovered over, though. Alright, so the Lucian has indeed been locked in here, guys. Apologies for my science second question about the tournament. When does one of the teams with a bye get to play? You guys, unfortunately, do need to wait for that round 1 game leading into yours to conclude. If you stay on the stream, of course, we will do our best to update you, though you are free to stay on the web page as well, where you can monitor that bracket to see if or when it updates. I suspect when it does update, when that round 1 game concludes, your opponents are likely to try and contact you, but if you are on the blue side, which will be the situation for all of the teams with round 1 buys right now, it is technically your responsibility to contact your opponents and form up the match. So do your due diligence and either pay attention to the stream this evening or keep an eye on that tournament bracket for its updates. Alright, and we are into a spectator delay here, so just 3 short minutes, and then we'll be into load screen and onto the Rift for our round 1 game here in Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament for, dare we say it, Black Friday. Again, guys, we have Team Ku Gang on the blue side, and they're going to be playing against Team Calvin Trolls on the purple side. I'm actually familiar with both of these teams. They've both been competing in Not So Stock Gaming tournaments for well over a month at this point, so I don't know. I don't really have a favorite in the team, but I want them both to do well. Of course, I want all of our participants to do well, or as well as they can, at the very least. It is a tournament. The winners do get to move on into the second round, where they get to continue playing, but the losers, as we have 12 teams, we have activated our secondary bracket tournament. The losers still get a second chance in that second event tonight. Of course, that is on the tournament's page just below the main event, and we'll have a bracket added into it as soon as we have all 8 games concluding, leading into our semi-finals matchups. Of course, the 8 games leading into the semi-finals because we have 12 teams. The secondary tournament is actually for any event with 12 or more teams participating, 12 being the minimum we need to have 8 teams ready for a second tournament while the semi-finals of the main event are still occurring. With larger events, it's just the first 8 teams to lose their legitimate matchups, but in this situation, we will have all teams from round 1 as well as round 2 that lose their games seeded into that event. Again, guys, heading into round 1 of play here, the matchup we have on the stream this evening is Ku Gang on the blue side with Calvin Trolls on the purple side. For those of you not familiar with how Not So Stock Gaming does its tournament streams, we pick a more or less random game in round 1. I got an invite from Manuel, who I was aware was a participant from one of the teams, saw it was a custom draft mode game, was like, hey, I bet they're playing tonight, why don't we stream them since I've already got the invite? Then Calvin Trolls came into the lobby, I was like, hey, it's gonna be Ku Gang versus Calvin Trolls, of course. You guys likely see CT Gonzi, as well as Sygard having messaged me earlier looking to get their roster swapped out, so I was kind of glad to be able to know that both teams were ready to go and here to play. Of course, I suspect that the other 3 round 1 games are also now started. As we are 17 minutes past the hour, all matches in round 1 are required to be started at this point. So if there's a team not able to find their 5th summoner or not able to start that game, please let us know, as we can award you buys into round 2 and consider them a technical forfeit. Of course, normally we don't allow forfeits into the secondary event, but should it be because of lacking a 5th summoner, they could potentially be added tonight, as is such a small event, so if they are disqualified for lack of summoners only, and they do find that 5th summoner, we will consider some lenience heading into the match this evening. Also, I've seen my League client disappear there, so I believe we are heading into load screen. Come on, League client, you can do it. I'm getting a question about the tournament format in Twitch chat. All of those round 1 games do occur concurrently, as well as all of the round 2 games as well. We only stream 1 game per round, however, so we'll be streaming the B matchup for the first round of play, and then we'll follow the winners of that matchup into the next round, and so forth and so on, until we get into the finals matchup where we have the top 2 teams competing for the evening. Also seeing my load screen up behind the webpage. Here we go. We have, again, Ku Gang on the blue side, fielding 5 diamond trims. With Team Calvin Trolls on the purple side, we've got 3 platinum trims and 2 diamond trims. Looking forward to a fairly intense game in this round 1 matchup. Also, that Demolisher Nunu skin. He is the Juggernaut. Seeing a few other cool skins coming out here, mainly the Eternum Nocturne. Though Steel Legion Lux, a favorite for some, not one I've ever really personally preferred. Apologize for my silence there, guys, just taking a quick drink. Again, we are heading into this round 1 game between Team Ku Gang and Team Calvin Trolls. I do believe our other 3 round 1 games have started, as I have not received any sort of notifications that teams were not available into those round 1 games. Indeed, looks like we are all good for round 1 getting itself started. Again, all those round 1 games do occur concurrently, leading into their round 2 games. We have 4 teams waiting in round 2 with round 1 buys, waiting for their opponents, so it will be a fairly quick start to round 2 as well, as these matches conclude. And then we'll be heading into our semifinals and finals matchups, where we will be streaming 1 game from each round. Following the winners of each game, we stream into the next round of play. Alright, looking like we've actually entered the game a little bit late here. My load screen taking a little bit longer than it potentially should have done. We are 45 seconds into this matchup, seeing a little bit of contest from both sides. Looks like a potentially failed invade coming out from the purple side. They're going to be setting up onto their large golem camp here.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Blue side not quite sure what they want to do here. Looks like they will be set up on the bottom half of the map as well. Also in this tiny bit of a lull, going to take the time to get our scoreboard reorganized. Alright, looks like we're good now with the top laners on top, mid laners in the middle, bottom lane on the bottom, and those junglers sneakily tucked in between the top and mid lane icons. Speaking of no sound... Oh, there we go. Just had my volume turned down, apparently. I've got in-game sounds. Hopefully you guys have in-game sounds as well. If there's any kind of volume or quality issues tonight, please feel free to let us know. Again, guys, this is round 1 of play. Looks like buffs will be up in about 5 seconds. Both teams looking to start on the large camp. I apologize. The purple team looking to start on their large camp. Blue buff being the first they will take, while Nocturne starts on his Krug camp, taking the first 2 what were previously known as golems, now officially called the Krugs. Jace also converted a poke against the Maokai in the top lane, will be successful, but not doing a whole lot of damage. Leona comes in, picks up a minion kill for the Lucian and herself, while Alistar throws a quick headbutt to try and knock her back off of that farm. Alistar taking a little bit of punishment into the bottom lane from the Lucian, is going to play this fairly aggressively, allowing Vayne to focus on farm in this early portion of the game. Again, guys, we have Team Ku Gang playing on the blue side, and we have Calvin Trolls playing on the purple side. Looks like Vel'Koz got a little bit of poke onto Lux in the mid lane. Also, they're exchanging fairly evenly so far. Lux not quite caught out by the T coming through from Vel'Koz sometime through the night. I will click that Vel'Koz, see exactly what that skill is called. And while I was distracted, it looks like Lucian took a huge amount of punishment in the bottom lane. Vayne and Alistar doing fairly well for themselves. I believe Alistar is a top Leona counter, so we could see this bottom lane going in favor of the blue side, but we'll see how the Lucian-Leona pair choose to respond to this, and how Calvin Trolls are able to field their jungler or potentially some mid lane roam to assist in what Leona may find a difficult situation. Lucian's regened back up to half HP, and Alistar taking a little bit of damage while Vayne is still fairly healthy. Seeing Leona also sit at full HP and full mana, Alistar comes in with a headbutt under the turret, takes 2 turret hits for it, down to 300 HP, but Lucian cannot capitalize. No will choose to capitalize, dashing in and getting a double shot on Vayne. Jace also getting a decent amount of poke onto Maokai in the top lane. Almost 4 minutes in here, and we have not seen first blood come out yet. Also not seeing any kind of huge divergences in farm numbers. Top lane being only a 3 CS difference. Mid lane and bottom lane being no larger. Of course, as I say that, Vayne managed to pick up a 4 farm advantage over the Lucian, making me a liar, but not a large one. Lucian quickly closing that back to a 3 CS disadvantage for his lane. Of course, taking a look at the supports farm, things are going to be in the identical situation. Both Leona and Alistar taking out 3 minions so far with their relic shields to assist both themselves and their AD carries. Vel'Koz will come in on Deluxe, and Nunu comes in for a gank, takes 2, make that 3 turret hits. This could be a huge misplay. Nocturne comes in for the counter gank, and first blood goes down onto Nunu. Action into the top lane as well as Maokai and Jace try to duke it out. That was a huge play into the mid lane though. Nocturne going to be quite happy with that one. Looks like he's going to go for some counter jungle or potentially wrap back around against the Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz has been pinged out. Nocturne coming in for the second gank here, but the poke not quite able to do enough damage to finish off Vel'Koz. He does ever get locked down by the snare coming through from Lux. They could have potentially done a little bit more there, but Vel'Koz will remain alive and in lane. Nocturne once again looking for counter jungle here, while Vayne and Alistar are zoning the Lucian Leona pair against their bottom lane turret. Maokai comes back in against the Jace. I believe Jace is going to be out of mana here. Does still have his health potion, has not yet backed. Looking at his mana bar, actually half mana remaining. Seeing Jace play this one very conservatively, but it is costing him a little bit, as we were seeing him about 5 farm under Maokai at this point. Maokai, one of those very strong top lane champions, has great sustain. Also opting to start with a flask will have a little bit of additional sustain at this early point in the game. Sapling comes in from Maokai, does not quite connect onto the Jace though, doing damage only to the minions in the top lane. Ping coming in from Nunu, not quite sure if... No, he was spotted out by the blue, so that's a vision ward placed fairly deep into the purple team jungle by Nocturne. I believe Nocturne would have potentially cleared out the wolf camp as well, though I didn't pay as much attention to what his counter jungle attempts were as I potentially could have. Looking like Lucian and Leona are doing fairly well into the bottom. Lucian actually picking up a farm advantage over Vayne here, seeing a little bit of a comeback for the purple side. Lucian and Leona, realizing that they're in a difficult lane, are going to make the best of it. Looking for an engage chance here. Leona takes down the siege minion for Team Alistar, looking for a way to get closer to it, get that gold for both himself and Vayne. Might utilize the bush. No, will wait for the siege minion to come a little bit closer. He will now be able to get that global gold. Not global gold, but lane gold, I should say. Looks like Leona went for some vision control down the river. We're going to see Lucian get a little bit more poke back onto Alistar and Vayne as well. Both Leona and Alistar... all champions in the bottom lane have reached level 5 and are sitting more or less at full health. We've not seen Leona nor Alistar manage a hard engage here. Of course, both of them are great at engaging and disengaging. Poke coming out from the Vel'Koz will not connect on to Lux. He gets a second skill under, and he will get locked down by the snare. The ultimate coming up from the Lux as well. Vel'Koz will survive that exchange, but takes a decent amount of burst into the mid lane, looking for a second kill to come out in this game, as we are almost 8 minutes in, looking for that 10-minute mark, seeing if we can get past the 1-0 score. Taking a look at that scoreboard, Alistar, however, engaged against Lucian, takes a little bit of punishment. Leona not quite opting to head back in as heavily as I would have expected to. Jace blasting Maokai back into the top lane. I think the summoners may have said I wanted to see a kill, because they're going to try and go for it. Lucian taking a huge amount of damage here. Alistar getting the headbutt off, but not quite the direction he was wanting. The exhaust will come out. Vayne trying to continue. The Alistar takes a turret. Alistar down to about 200. Lucian tries to come back in. Vayne also down to 200 p, and Leona is still full health. Of course, the camera's going to exit up into the top lane while Jace taking pressure. Nunu comes in for a gank into the bottom lane. Nunu looking to redeem himself. Flash Lance comes in from Leona. The ultimate comes up from the Nunu, and he picks up the support kill. Going to see Lucian go down as well there, while I believe Vayne picks up that one. Looking for who picked up the Lucian kill. I saw him go down. I apologize, wrong side of the map. Vayne actually picking up the kill onto Lucian despite being in a 3 versus 1 situation. Picks up a kill onto Leona as well while Nocturne comes in. Vel'Koz looking for roam into the bottom lane here. For some reason I thought purple and blue were reversed there for a minute. Alright, back into the matchup here. I do apologize for any confusion there, guys. Looks like Maokai is going to hard engage against the Jace. Jace down to about 300 HP, blasts Maokai back under the turret, but Maokai is successful picking up that top lane kill, seeing a kill score now 3-1. Also, Lux potentially overextending there a little bit. The ultimate comes in from Vel'Koz, not quite enough damage to finish her off. She will X that fight while Nocturne tries to wrap back around for either a Vel'Koz or a Nunu kill here. Lucian has also made his way back into lane. Vel'Koz still at full health here. The Gromp has been engaged by Nunu. Looks like Nocturne was trying for a little bit of a steal onto that camp, but was not able to get into range. Re-engages as Vel'Koz tries to get the poke onto him, but he is almost out of mana here. Will exit that fight. Jace also back into the top lane while Maokai has not yet recalled. Looks like Maokai takes a little bit of pressure there and will look to recall from behind his turret. Again, guys, we have Team Kugang playing on the blue side for this matchup with Team Calvin Trolls playing on the purple side. So far, we have a 3-1 kill score in favor of Team Kugang. I have not seen any turrets nor a dragon get removed from the map at this point. We have roughly a 1,000 gold advantage in favor of Team Kugang. Most of that gold being due to their 3 kills here, as farm numbers aside from in the top lane are very, very even. Top lane Maokai has roughly a 15 farm advantage over Jace, and with the 15 farm advantage being the largest farm advantage in the game, you guys can make that call for yourself how close these lanes have been. Looking like Maokai is engaged against Jace in the top lane. Maokai taking another turret here while Jace blasts back the Maokai. A careful thing coming out as Nocturne coming up into the top lane has been spotted out. Nocturne looking for the kill onto the Jace, but Nunu is also into the top lane looking for a counter gank here. We'll keep Jace safe and I believe we'll head up into the top lane to maintain lane pressure. No, we'll head potentially into the river, interrupting Nocturne's attempt onto the scrub with the Vel'Koz also there to assist. Jace comes back in for the poke and Nocturne will go down. It's now going to be a 3-4-2 kill score. A great play there by Team Calvin Trolls. Puts them back down to only an 800 gold deficit. They are definitely still in this matchup. Of course, we are only 11 minutes into the game, so if somebody was completely out, it would be quite the show by one of those teams. Lux just dodging the skill shot from Vel'Koz, remembering that it does have the perpendicular fire. Alistar also waiting out in the bottom lane. Ward has gone, he has now been spotted out, will not be able to engage the way he is looking to onto the Leona Lucian pair. Lucian now making pressure against Vayne and Alistar's bottom lane outer turret. Potentially going to see Nocturne making a play into the bottom lane or the mid lane here, as both Lux and Vel'Koz seem to be doing a fair amount of damage here. They're seeing Lux sit with about 500 HP while Vel'Koz is just below half health. Seems like Vel'Koz, however, will begin to recall as he has pushed minions onto Lux's outer turret. It's going to be action into the ball, and Maokai gets teleported down. Going to be a 3 versus 2 fight. Lucian quickly goes down here. Leona taking a huge amount of pressure, well down to 50 HP, and she goes down. That is a strong play executed by Team Kugang. Jace, his only choice really now being to push into the top lane, will cost the purple side a dragon here. Going to see the first dragon of the game going down to Team Kugang. Potentially the first turret of the game going down to Team Calvin Trolls, as Jace could be successful pushing down that top lane outer turret. Maokai, not having his teleport available, is slowly walking back out into the top lane. Vayne and Alistar looking for pressure into the bottom lane here, going to answer a turret with a turret. But Lucian and Leona will be there in time to respond while Jace is successful taking down the first turret of the game. We still, however, see Team Calvin Trolls with an 1100 gold deficit. That's just over 1,000 gold. We are still seeing Team Kugang on the blue side do fairly well into this matchup. They are 5-2 and have taken the first dragon, but they've now lost the first turret of the game. Calvin Trolls is looking for some win conditions here. Nunu into the bottom assistance from Leona. Nunu now taking turret. He gets locked down by the Alistar. Alistar down to about 300 feet. Lucian also making his way now into the bottom lane. Nunu comes back in range. Leona comes back in range with turret. Lucian takes a turret hit. Everybody from Calvin Trolls exchanging their turret as they're looking like Nocturne and Vel'Koz are both attempting to enter the bottom lane as well, making it a 4 versus 5 fight. No, 4 versus 2. Nocturne opting for his red camp here will leave Vayne and Alistar to defend this bottom lane turret by themselves. This is a huge rotation, a huge ultimate from Vel'Koz as well. Picks him up a double kill, and looks like that will result in this bottom lane outer turret going down as well. Though Maokai is more or less alone in the top lane while Jace tries to take down the Crub camp, I believe he will be able to contest that top lane outer turret. I apologize. We'll begin to recall here. Careful ping coming out onto that top lane turret. Not quite sure if Jace's teleport is available. Jace's teleport is currently available, but will it be fast enough? Maokai doing huge amounts of pressure to this top lane turret, begins to proxy farm. Jace opting not even to utilize teleport to head back in this lane will allow the top lane outer turret to fall. Taking a look at the scoreboard here, before that turret goes down, we have evened out the goal score. However, Lux and Maokai are both successful, taking down outer turret for themselves, have evened out now the turret score, giving the team once again a 1,500 gold advantage. Looking like Alistar is looking for some counter jungle here. Ward has been spotted out. The ultimate comes out from the Lux, doing a fair amount of damage to the blue, but leaving the two members of the Pro team still fairly healthy in their jungle. There's going to be action in the bottom lane as well, while Vayne gets locked down very heavily by the Leona. Lucian is successful picking up a kill there. However, we see the Alistar and Lux looking for more counter here. Nunu has gotten fairly low, but will not be able to re-engage, and Lux and Alistar will not re-engage either. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 fight here. Jace looking to push down in the mid lane as well. It's a nicely executed skill shot coming in from the Vel'Koz as well. His altar coming back out as well. Lux will go down. This Vel'Koz doing very well now, sitting 301 is going to be his team's saving grace here tonight, potentially. Looking they're going to manage to siege down their third and the final outer turret for their team, making this now a 3-4-2 turret score in favor of Calvin Trolls. A 6-for-5 kill score again in favor of Calvin Trolls. They've picked up a 300 gold advantage. Kugang has lost their dominance. Looking like Lucian will pick up the Gromp camp for himself there. Jace getting pressure into the top lane, while Maokai and potentially Nocturne as well will be responding to that. Though we've seen a ping come out from the blue side onto their blue buff. Lux, however, is not moving, not responding. I'm a little bit concerned for Disappear on that Lux. Has he just disappeared from gameplay? Alright, Lux makes a move here. Exits off her turret. Not quite sure why she didn't go for the blue buff that was pinged out by the Nocturne. We're now going to see her begin to farm into the million, while Alistar and I believe Vayne as well may have joined her. No, Vayne has opted to go back into the pool here, making her way back into the bottom lane, while Leona and Lucian potentially to get a little bit of pressure into the bottom lane as well. Apologize for my silence here, guys. Just looking into a quick admin issue. Looking like one of the teams may have already concluded the games and not reported the match, or maybe just getting their game started up, which is technically not allowed as we are 37 minutes past the hour. Vel'Koz, however, takes a huge amount of damage here in a 3 versus 1 situation. Nunu comes in a little bit late. The rest of the team also comes in here. Jace and Leona hammering away onto the Lux. Lux down to 200 HP. Lux goes down. Going to be a 1-for-1 exchange, a 2-for-1 exchange actually in favor of Team Kugang. They've evened out the kills here, 7-for-7. Lucian taking additional pressure. Lucian will go down. Now a 3-for-2 in favor of Team Kugang. Nocturne comes in, making a 4-for-1 after Leona goes down. That's going to be an ace in favor of Team Kugang. Vayne picking up a triple kill there. Was looking for a quadra, but she apparently didn't quite get that one. Looks like Kugang is going to go for their third turret of the game, though their third turret will be an inner turret if they're successful, and they will be successful here. They've also managed to pick up a Dragon. I believe Nocturne just soloed that one. Alright, into that Twitch chat, if you are looking for the matchup between Team Siren and Rectc.com, we are looking into why that is not appearing on LoL Nexus. There have been some issues with tools utilizing the Riot API lately, with LoL Nexus and OPGG not showing matches that are actually occurring, so we're going to attempt to verify that through in-client means. I've just alerted the admin team that we need to look into that one, as it should have started 25 minutes ago, and if it hadn't started, one of the teams traditionally would say, hey, our opponents didn't show up. And we'd be like, okay, you win, or okay, we're giving you new opponents. But that didn't happen, which makes me believe that matchup is occurring, and we're just seeing a few weird internet glitches coming through there. However, while I've been battling away, Leona in the blue side jungle has gone down. Not quite sure why she was that deep in the blue jungle. A little bit of a misplay there, potentially. Looking like Nunu has been spotted out here. Sweeper has come down. I believe it was coming out from the Alistar there. No, Alistar Sweeper is almost off cooldown, so that would have been Nunu's Sweeper just being utilized. Nunu now assisted by the Vel'Koz does have Alistar, Vayne, and Lux contesting him. Nocturne also in the mid lane here. Blue buff will go down to... Thought it might have been that Lux up, but indeed Vel'Koz will pick up his blue here. Vision control will be exerted into the purple team jungle. They do have a vision ward placed into that blue buff bush, allowing to clear out both of those blue side sight wards. Also, sight ward going down into their jungle bush will finally spot out the vision ward placed down earlier on by the Nocturne. So here comes out from Vel'Koz. Indeed, purple side looking for complete vision control of their jungle here. Have now cleared, I believe, 5 wards placed down from Team Kugang. I apologize, cleared out 3 wards. The vision ward not actually going down after they placed down the side ward, but however, Nunu goes back in and finishes that one off. Again, guys, the purple side here in our round 1 game is Team Calvin Trolls, with the blue side being Team Kugang. Speaking of Kugang, we've just seen them take down their last outer turret of the game. They are now up 4 turrets to 3, 11 kills to 7, and they have a solid 4,000 gold lead. Though they have a lead, Vel'Koz and Leona have just gone full ham onto the Maokai, and it will cost Maokai his life. Vel'Koz gets hard engaged onto by the Nocturne. Thought Nocturne had that one, but a 4th member from Team Calvin Trolls comes in from the side, and Nocturne will go down. Alistar goes full ham, though. Comes out of nowhere, picks up a Vel'Koz kill for himself. Nunu looking to chase down the tank that is Alistar, while there's more action in the river. Vayne engages fairly heavily against Jace. Jace also re-engaging against her, though. Jace will go down. Vayne now taking huge pressure as Lucian has entered the fray. Exhaust goes out onto Lucian. Lux picks up the kill. Leona turns back around, trying to focus now onto Lux, while Alistar heads butts Leona. Possibly to safety there, but no, the snare comes out from the Lux. Leona down to 50 HP. And Vayne comes back in for the... I don't know what you want to call that. The kill steal, the sneaky last hit. Vayne taking the gold, though. And great play by Vayne, getting herself 1 more kill there, making her way into the mid lane. Will get a little bit of farm, quickly regen from all of that lifesteal. And of course, after she clears out the minion wave, getting all that health back, she will begin to recall as well. Nunu making his way out into the mid lane will quickly clear out a sight ward placed down by Team Kugang before turning his focus onto farm. Again, guys, we are in round 1 of play this evening for Not So Stuck Gaming's open bracket tournament. Currently watching teams Kugang on the blue side and Calvin Trolls on the purple side. Even though we are 43 minutes past the hour, we have not had a single round 1 game yet conclude. Apparently, nobody wants to lose tonight. Of course, if they do lose, they get 1 more shot to play in that secondary bracket tournament where all teams that lose in the main event before the semifinals tonight will be getting added to that for a second chance at some prizing. Though I'm going to stop talking about prizing as Jace has engaged against the Maokai. Jace taking a huge amount of pressure to the ultimate coming in from Lux. I think he may have actually flashed saying in its stream, which is definitely a misplay for that Jace. Looks like Vayne picks up a kill onto the Vel'Koz. No, Vel'Koz picked up the kill onto the Vayne. Alistar also taking a huge amount of damage as he is in a 3 versus 1 situation. Will go down 2 members, so the blue team is still fairly deep in purple territory. Maokai and Lux begin to recall from that top lane engagement. Nocturne was looking to come up and join them, but they're going to fall off of any of their pursuits in the top lane, pings going out into the mid and bottom lanes. The bottom lane looks like it is fairly efficiently locked. The pro side may slowly be building up a little bit of pressure there. Looks like Nocturne is going to go try and help things along. though he's going to stop for the Scuttle Crab in front of Dragon, if I'm not mistaken. Lucian quickly clearing out a sight ward placed down by the blue team just outside of that top lane river bush. Nunu taking pressure in from the Lux as well as Maokai. Nunu down to Happy. Leona comes in from the side, and the Maokai Lux will disengage that fight. The remainder of Team Caliban Trolls making their way out into the mid lane now. And I believe that is the third Dragon stack going over onto Team Kugang. Also picking up a triple kill for their team. A double kill for one, a third kill for somebody else. And that's going to be a fourth team member of Team Caliban Trolls going down here. Looks like Kugang is going to make their way down the mid lane. Potentially look for a mid lane inhibitor turret here. They have 20 seconds till Nunu comes. Only Lucian available to defend. Lucian potentially could poke one or two of them off of that turret, but seeing go down as quickly as it can. Him still sitting under the Nexus turrets is not even going to try. Of course, had he tried, even if he succeeded in doing a fair amount of damage to one or two of those champions, would have quickly gotten collapsed on by the 5 members of Team Kugang available. That's going to result in an inhibitor turret as well as the inhibitor itself in the mid lane. Kugang doing fairly well at this point in the matchup. Again, they are 5 turrets to 3, now 20 kills to 11, and have picked up the only 3 dragons of this game. Alright, looks like our first 2 match reports have come in. A round 1 win for Malicious Gaming and a loss for the Gilded Walk. Looking like those matchups were one matchup, so it explains why we got to the win and the loss. So our first game in round 1 has now concluded. Team Malicious Gaming defeating Team Gilded Walk, meaning we have Cladios is a girl facing off against Malicious Gaming in round 2 of play. Also, Team Siren has just reported a win, meaning that it was indeed LOL Nexus matching up against that other game. I apologize for my distraction here, guys. There's going to be action around the Dragon Pit. Vayne may actually pick up a kill onto Vel'Koz, and Vel'Koz will go down. Actually goes down, I believe, to the headbutt coming in from the Alistar. A little bit of an unfortunate kill steal. Vayne going to be like, Ali, I had that. Again, guys, we've had 2 match reports now trickle in, and we are seeing Kugang make their way into the Caliban Trolls base. I don't know if this match is quite over yet. Jace picks up the kill onto Alistar. Vayne going to go down here as well. Lux and Nocturne nowhere near them, but Maokai is in the middle. Going to be a 3-for-1 exchange here. That could be what Caliban Trolls are looking for. They're going to need to pick up a turret or pick up a Baron if they really want to capitalize on that play. Again, guys, Team Siren defeated Rexy.com in a round 1 matchup. So we're going to have Team Siren facing off against Team Buy Me Wow Eugene in round 2 of play. Still waiting on 2 more round 1 games to conclude the game we have on the stream between Kugang and Caliban Trolls, as well as the matchup between the Lucky 5 and Last Minute Registration. An interesting team name. Looking like Vel'Koz has utilized his Zhonya's, but it will not assist him. He's going to go down to the assault from both Lux and a Nocturne there. Again, guys, we've had 2 round 1 matches, so I will post that bracket back into Twitch chat. Of course, by the time you hear me saying that, you've already seen it sitting in Twitch chat. Looking like Sirens emerged victorious over their round 1 opponents, and Team Malicious Gaming did the same. Of course, as a member of Team Rexy.com or Team The Gilded Walk in Twitch chat. Though you did lose your round 1 game, you guys are not done tonight. As soon as the round 2 concludes, we will be releasing the secondary bracket tournament for the first 8 teams to lose in the main event. Vayne looking to re-engage against Nunu. Alistar looking to survey and tumbles back and gets a nicely timed crit onto the Nunu, but will not choose to pursue. 2 members of Team Caliban Trolls looking to assist Nunu in the mid lane, while Vayne looks to get a little bit more pressure. Maokai and Lux both split pushing the bottom and top respectively. Reverse that. Maokai splitting the top, Lux splitting the bottom, not the other way around. Also, Lucian and Leon looking to relieve pressure from the mid lane, while Nunu picks up some kills onto the Raptor camp. Caliban Trolls again looking to get themselves as much gold as possible here, looking to defend the map as much as possible, respawn that mid lane inhibitor, and get some plays back into this game. They are down about 6,000 gold, but 30 minutes in, 6,000 is not a huge gold difference. They're only down to 2 turrets, but they are down 8 kills as well. Maokai potentially overextending here. Looks like Vel'Koz will get his way to safety. Nunu slowing down the Maokai. Maokai easily absorbing all of this damage, and Nocturne comes in to make this an uneven fight. The ultimate comes out from the Vel'Koz, however, not enough to assist the Nunu. Nunu quickly going down. The Zhonya's comes out from Vel'Koz. Leona looking to keep Vel'Koz alive. Vel'Koz may be able to get this fight, but Maokai will stick to him. Jace going down to Vayne. I'm not quite sure if that was in the bottom lane. No, looks like it was heading up into the top lane in the jungle. Vayne coming in from behind that purple side turret. We're going to see an ace for Team Kugang with 20 seconds until any of those summoners from Team Calvin Trolls come back up and having a little bit of pressure in the mid as well as those super units spawning. I thought they would have tried to end this right here, but it looks like they're going to look for some jungle control, look for that top lane inner turret potentially, and recall, get themselves a little bit more itemization with that gold advantage they've just increased. Alright, and that is that top lane inner turret we saw going down. Looking like Nunu is trying to contest against the Lux Maokai, while Maokai is going to recall. Lux, I believe, will do the same as she finds a safe place to do so. Looks like Nocturne and Vayne are looking for their second dragon of the game, but it has just been pinged out by the purple team. I don't think Purple Side has any kind of vision there, unless they took down the Scuttle Crab and I missed it, which is always a possibility. However, that dragon will quickly go down to the Nocturne Vayne combo. That's going to be the 4th stack of dragon buff going over onto Team Kugang. We are seeing them exert huge control of that dragon area. They have a turret and a kill advantage. They are up about 10,000 gold at this point. They are definitely at an advantage here. Calvin Trolls inhibitor has just respawned in the mid lane though, so this is exactly the situation Calvin Trolls has been waiting for, looking to defend a little bit longer, looking to make some picks here, make some plays, and definitely defend that Baron. Of course, for anybody not aware, Baron was also changed with the changes heading into Season 5. We are now seeing Baron offer a slightly different buff, as well as a buff to your minions, making your siege capability a lot greater than it is without it. Nocturne getting caught out here will go... I apologize, not the Nocturne getting caught out, but Lucian getting caught out will result in a double kill for the Nocturne, as Leona also goes down there. Another strong play coming through from Team Kugang in round 1 here. Ultimate comes out from the Nunu, but will not quite be enough to connect on the Maokai. However, Maokai will still go down. We've just seen another turret going down to the to the blue side here, and Vayne picks up a double kill as Nunu goes help from Vel'Koz. Not quite enough to stop Team Kugang's advance. Nocturne, not even with them, is sieging down onto this mid lane inhibitor. They are going to take this inhibitor a second time in this matchup. Looking like Vayne, Nocturne, and Alistar will siege down onto the bottom lane inhibitor turret as well. Vayne will succeed taking down that turret, though Calvin Trolls has respawned. They will re-engage against the Nocturne. Nocturne will actually go down here. Looks like Alistar may be in trouble as well as Lucian, Vel'Koz, and Leona try and secure a second kill. Leona actually chasing down the Vayne. Vayne locks down the Leona though, and Leona will go down. The fight continues as Maokai has teleported back in, picks up the kill onto Lucian. This is a very strong Maokai. Seeing him with about 260 farm, sitting 8-3-12 with 4 completed items as well. Maokai is definitely a powerhouse in this game. Of course, all summoners on both teams have been doing fairly well. Kugang, of course, does have a decent-sized gold and itemization advantage. Kugang looking for their second inhibitor of the game, technically their third, but now 2 removed from the map at this time. They're going to be advancing onto the Nexus turrets here potentially. Jace, however, takes a turret. I apologize. Maokai takes a turret. The other comes out from the Vel'Koz as well. Maokai forced off of those Nexus turrets. The entirety of blue team being forced out of the purple side base. Bit of snare coming in from the Lux there, looking to stop the advance coming out from Calvin Trolls. Calvin Trolls looking to relieve pressure from the mid lane here, but their bottom lane has also lost that bottom lane inhibitor. They may actually be setting up for a potential Baron play here. I mean, it would be a very risky play, but it is more or less the only thing they can do, assuming that those minions don't get into their base. That would result in a positive situation right now for their team. Of course, Kugang in a very positive situation. Taking a look at that scoreboard again, guys, we are 35-17 in kills, nearly double the kill score for Team Kugang. They are 8 turrets to 3 as well, roughly a 15,000 gold lead as we approach the 35-minute mark of this game. That 5th dragon will be respawning fairly soon as well. Could be looking for their 5th dragon buff if this game doesn't end soon. However, Vel'Koz has just been cut out. Maokai going to continue the advantage. He has assistance from Lux coming in a little bit late to the fight. Maokai does a huge amount of tanking while Lux does all the damage she can, and they pick up a 2nd kill there. Lucian has now gone down. Both squishy champions from Calvin Trolls being removed from the map. Only Jace, the last easy-ish kill for them. Going to wait potentially for Vayne and Nocturne to come into the play, but Alistar has arrived. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 fight here. Maokai being extremely brave goes in all by himself while Alistar and Lux leave the fight. However, Vayne has made her way into the purple team base as well. Vayne going to finally come in. Maokai getting it very low, but Jace goes down. Leona goes down. Nunu makes his way back to the pit. Might still go down though. Vayne doing huge amounts of damage. Tumbles just outside of the Nexus turret range. Takes a bit of poke coming in from Vel'Koz. The ultimate comes through from Vel'Koz as well. Vayne down to a quarter HP. The first Nexus turret has just gone down. 2nd Nexus turret down to half HP. Alistar locks up the Vel'Koz while Nunu tries to contest against Team Kugang. 2nd Nexus turret will go down. Nexus now naked. Will be heavily contested by Team Calvin Trolls. They will not give up. Lucian dashing it back, but the culling will come through. Vayne and Alistar still alive. Alistar taking most of that damage, and the Nexus will go down. That is a round 1 victory for Team Kugang from the blue side. Again, guys, don't forget about the secondary bracket tournament. Saying that mainly because I see Sigard in the Twitch chat there. Sigard was a member from Team Calvin Trolls. Remembering, folks, that the first 8 teams to lose in any not-so-stock gaming event with 12 or more teams will be added into a secondary bracket tournament. So the first 8 teams to lose, so all teams in round 1 and round 2 that lose a matchup will be added into a second event for the evening. And again, we did just see Team Kugang defeat Calvin Trolls on the stream. Looking for a report from Team Lucky 5 and the last minute registration for all of round 1 games to have concluded. And of course, that win for Kugang not yet showing on the bracket, so I'll do that right now. Alright, should be there. Indeed, it is there. And I believe I have an invite into this round 2 game. Move myself down into spectator slot. Also getting a question there in my client about when the secondary tournament starts. Secondary tournament will be starting as soon as we have all 8 teams qualified in the event. Again, so that will be after the round 2 games conclude. Do apologize for any delays. Alright, apologize for my silencer, guys. Just a little bit of trolling in the all chat. Someone talking about Diamond being overrating Gold as the new top tier or unranked, and in light of this being an open bracket tournament and the tiny fiasco we had for one team, I think 2 weeks ago now, they fielded a number of level 10 and 15 summoners or below, which is completely allowed, but unfortunately didn't have the 16 champions required to start a tournament draft mode game, so we did have to disqualify that team. Again, guys, this is an open bracket tournament, open pretty much from level 1 all the way up to 30, unranked, all the way through Challenger, but you do need at least 16 champions to enter a draft mode matchup. Again, guys, just waiting on one more report to come in from the round 1 games here. Still waiting on the teams. Let's double check those names. The Lucky 5 and last minute registration to conclude their matchup. take a look at who's on these teams. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm familiar with any of those summoners, so I can't check my friends list to see if they're in-game, and we've had reports earlier that Lolnexus isn't behaving as well as it should be, but we'll see if we can find some sort of trace of that matchup, assuming my browser decides to unfreeze. Oh, computer. Oh. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play here, we're going to have team... Scroll up. Alright, Team Swag Life Gaming on the blue side with Ku Gang on the purple side. There we go, seeing Team Ku Gang move themselves over onto the purple side while they wait for their opponents to make their way into the lobby. Alright, looks like we have one more roster change coming in tonight. Apparently, Disappear has had to disappear. So we're going to have Michosaurus replacing Disappear on Team Ku Gang for their round 2 matchup. Apologize for my silence there, guys. A few admin questions coming in here. Get the rules linked into Twitch chat for you guys. Again, we do request that any of our participants familiarize with the rules before playing the events, just so, you know, everything can go as smoothly as possible. Looks like we have 4 members from Team... Oh, it's Ku Gang on the purple side. Thought it was the other side. Not feeling their last summoner. Swag Life Gaming on the blue side here. Looks like they have all 5 of their summoners. Also seeing Ku Gang with their 5th summoner making it into the lobby here. And before things get too far gone, I should probably get that roster change effected for Team Ku Gang. They were full with 9, but Disappear has left, so we can replace Disappear with his summoner Michu R. Saurus. Alright, apologize for my distraction there, guys. We do have all 10 summoners sitting in the lobby here. Looks like it is Spoonerism's birthday. Well, happy birthday, Spoonerism. Don't forget that if you don't emerge victorious from this matchup, you will still have one more game to play. But if you do emerge victorious, you're guaranteed some prizing for tonight, so decent birthday either way. Again, guys, round 2 of play here. We have Team Swag Life Gaming with the tag of SLG playing from the blue side with Team Ku Gang playing from the purple side. Again, it's going to be Swag Life Gaming on the blue side with Team Ku Gang playing on the purple side. Trying to type there and my cursor's not in the client. Also, still waiting for that last report. No longer waiting. The Lucky 5 have reported their win in round 1 of play, meaning we're going to have the Lucky 5 facing off against Chaos Esports in round 2. Of course, last minute registration have one more game at least to play as we release that secondary bracket tournament as soon as all 4 matches in round 2 have concluded. Again, guys, we will be hosting a secondary bracket tournament this evening as we do have 12 teams participating, but we can't release that bracket until we have all 8 teams. Now we know for the event, so once these last 4 matches conclude, the matchup on the stream as well as the other 3 in round 2 that should be happening concurrently, some of them already starting as some of the round 1 games happened, or finished I should say, a little bit faster than our one on the stream, though that last round 1 game did just conclude, so it's going to have that round 2 matchup getting started momentarily. Again, everybody who loses in a round 1 game will be added into the secondary bracket tournament, as well as everybody who loses in these round 2 games. So it is technically possible to face off against the same opponent twice, though we do try to avoid that for you guys. Alright, and with that, we are into champion selection. Again, we have Team Swag Life Gaming on the blue side quickly banning out Maokai. And if I were watching the last game, which I was, I'd be banning out Maokai too. Also, I'll get the bracket posted back into Twitch chat for you guys as we have had round 1 conclude. Seeing Warwick come out as a standardized ban, I believe, from Team Kugang. Though they didn't ban Warwick in the last round of play, their opposition did choose to remove him. Vayne will also be banned out by Team Swag Life Gaming. That will be the second respect ban of the evening, with a Fiddlesticks ban, which we did see in round 1 from Team Kugang, so this will be a fairly standardized ban for them as well. Waiting on a third and final ban from Team Swag Life Gaming. With Lux, Nocturne, and Alistar to choose from, they're going to ban out Syndra. The respect bans have stopped. Again, guys, we are heading into round 2 of play here for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. We have Team Swag Life Gaming playing on the blue side. They had a round 1 bye, so this is going to be their first matchup of the evening, with Team Kugang playing from the purple side. We had Team Kugang in round 1 of play. They managed to defeat Team... Gonna have to double check the team names, I apologize. No, it was Calvin Trolls. How could one ever forget those trolls? Of course, no offense to any members of Calvin Trolls, just the name. You guys have always been awesome. Seeing SLG Fuckboy I was gonna say lock in Lee Sin, but he's only hovering over the Lee Sin. That could still be swapped out. Looking to see if their jungle will get first pick, and of course, first picking your jungle, especially with jungle being a little bit more contested after the recent rework, not a bad choice, and of course it never was a bad choice either, as choosing your jungle, it's not easy, or I guess you can still counter a jungler, but it's not as easy as countering a laner, where if you picked your mid and top lane first, that would give your opposition a slight advantage, to say the least. Whereas picking your jungler first, you can still kind of get countered, but they have to do a lot more work as they're not directly interacting with you the entire time. The Lee Sin, however, will get locked in here. Again, guys, Swag Life Gaming on the blue side, locking in Lee Sin for their jungle, with Kugang on the purple side, hovering over a Poppy pick. No, locking in a Poppy pick, I believe, for the top lane, and Montier hovering over Jarvan for the jungle. We have Poppy with the Ghost Teleport Summoner spells, wondering if she'll keep those on, as Ghost is a very aggressive spell. It will leave her without a large amount of escape, as she is opting not to pick up Flash into this matchup potentially. We'll see how that plays out for the purple team. Of course, Poppy is one of those champions that if you know how to play her and if you think you can win the matchup, she will help you do so. Kind of like an Akali or a Katarina, just snowballing out of control once you get started. The Jarvan 4 has also been locked in here for Team Kugang, so we believe that will be their top laner as well as their jungler. First picked, seeing a Spoonerism hover over Twitch, swap it out for Illusion. Expect we're going to see their ADC picked up, as well as potentially their top laner, as SLG Dirty Mike begins to hover over Gnar for us. Looking like Spoonerism isn't quite sure what he wants to play. It's your birthday though, man. You pick what you want to play. I'm sure his teammates are like, no, don't listen to Dark, pick what we say. But, hey, that's my advice. Alright, looks like Lucian will get locked in, and Thresh is being hovered over as opposed to the Gnar we saw earlier. SLG Dirty Mike is showing Teleport Flash, so the Thresh could be traded off onto a different summoner, remaining in the support role, or we could end up seeing Thresh top lane, which isn't something you get to see a lot, but is something I've personally done, as well as Blitzcrank top lane, and they are both completely viable. Oh, I got excited for a moment as I saw Kin hovering over a Heimerdinger pick. Magesaurus also hovering over Ezreal for their team. Kinover has swapped out for a Blitzcrank. Of course, I mentioned Blitzcrank, and it looks like we may have a Blitzcrank versus Thresh lane. Would be an interesting choice of matchups, though Kin is now swapping things out for a Malzahar pick, so this could end up being their mid laner with Ant last picking their support potentially. Of course, we still have SLG Nuts and SLG Master Dingo from Team Swag Life Gaming waiting to select their champions once Kugang finalizes these two picks. Alright, looks like the Ezreal and the Malzahar will indeed be locked in here for Team Kugang. Waiting now on SLG Nuts and SLG Master Dingo to select their champions. I believe we're looking for a mid and top laner from Swag Life Gaming, while Kugang only has their support left to lock in here. And Nuts will quickly lock in the Gnar, while Master Dingo chooses to hover over a Sarath pick. See if the Sarath gets locked in. No, gets swapped out for an Orianna, but Orianna has not yet been locked in either. We'll see what they choose to field. Indeed, it will be Orianna, of course. As I say that, they choose to lock her in. Waiting now just on Ant to finalize a champion selection and get this matchup underway. Of course, saying that, I will be taking a brief break as we get into the spectator delay period, guys. So heading into round 2 of play, you will have a couple of minutes of silence before we get into that load screen, and I will return to Shoutcast our round 2 game. Still waiting here on Ant to select a champion, looking for a support pick for Team Kugang. Of course, the blue side's roster, that is Swag Life Gaming, has been finalized. It appears we will have a Lucian Thresh bottom lane pair with Gnar in the top lane, Orianna as their mid laner, and Lee Sin in the jungle. A decent amount of tank between the Thresh, Gnar, and Lee Sin. Looking for a little bit more tank potential to come out onto Team Kugang, but we're seeing is that Noah Sarath locked in. Not sure if it will be Sarath or Malzahar support, or if we're going to see a full cheese team comp coming out from this one. Alright, so we have Ezreal. I'm going to suspect playing in the bottom lane, though we could end up seeing Ezreal in the mid lane with a Malzahar Sarath bottom lane double AP comp style. Would love to see that. I'm sure it would be quite strong, but we'll see how these guys choose to field this one. Also, Poppy showing teleport, I suspect, will be the top laner, though again, with this composition, I'm not sure where they're going aside from the Jarvan 4, who is showing smite and will be going for those monster benefits by smiting them down. For anybody not aware, now with the changes heading into Season 5, I should say, when you smite any camp in the jungle, or the largest monster in that camp, I should say, you actually get a benefit for your team, or for yourself, each one of them doing a slightly different mechanic. Alright, and we have gotten to Spectator, so I'm going to quickly refill my water, and I shall be returning in 2 to 3 minutes as we get into this matchup, guys. So stay tuned for round 2 of Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. Alright, so it looks like I came back just in time here. We are into our load screen for round 2 of play. Again, we have Team Swag Life Gaming playing from the blue side. Looks like they're going to be fielding 4 gold trims and a silver trim. Of course, with the season ending only 3 short weeks ago. Suspect those are fairly representative of their current rankings. This matchup, however, we have seen disappear, replaced by Mishrasaurus from Team Ku Gang. So they are fielding 4 diamond trims and a platinum trim, as opposed to the 5 diamond trims they had heading into round 1 of play this evening. Looking to get us onto the rift here. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play this evening. The matchup is going to be between Team Swag Life Gaming, not Tweem Sag Life Gaming, I apologize everyone, as well as Team Ku Gang. Swag Life playing from the blue side with Ku Gang playing from the purple side in this matchup. Hopefully I'm not stuck in load screen while they're on the rift and we're to load in at a minute again. That was an unfortunate situation last match. It's happened a couple times over the last few streams. Getting a little bit worried this poor old computer can't quite handle it anymore. Getting some comments about Poppy in the Twitch chat, and indeed, when I saw him lock in Poppy, I knew he's either going to do his very, very best to get fed and be strong and just make ridiculous plays, which will result in him doing that, or he's going to do the very same thing and result in him feeding. Of course, those are the only real 2 options for Poppy. There's no middle ground with a champion like her. You either do very well or you don't quite perform adequately enough, so I'm looking forward to seeing him potentially carry his team to victory. Though I'm also interested to see what Team Swag Life Gaming brings into this matchup if they can defeat the mainly diamond roster from Team Ku Gang. Also, as this load screen continues to extend, I become more and more worried we're failing to load into this game. Come on, computer, you can do it! There's gonna Control-Alt-Delete myself out of League here, see if I can close the load screen, reinitiate it, and hopefully get us into game without too many delays. I do apologize for the technical difficulties here. Or maybe I won't, because we just loaded in. Gonna just close the task manager here. My computer's just a little bit not liking things tonight. I'm gonna give it a solid reboot once the stream is concluded, I guess. Again, I apologize that we've missed the first minute and a half of play there. We are into round 2. The matchup is between Swag Life Gaming and Team Ku Gang. Ku Gang on the pro side with Swag Life on the blue side. Looks like we will have Malzahar as support with Soroth in the mid lane. No double AP bottom lane comp, though Ezreal still kind of an AP champion. Interesting to see how this matchup does play out for both of these teams tonight. Also, I've gotten the scoreboard reorganized for you. Mid laners are into the mid lane. Both of them have gotten a little bit of poke onto each other so far. Apologize for my silence, guys. Distracted myself by Twitch chat. I'm getting trolled that Windows 8 is a troll OS, and indeed it is. I have never been a fan of Windows 8, and since this computer unfortunately got updated with it, it's not performed the same. Of course, it's not by far any kind of extreme machine. I do most of my gaming from my laptop, but my laptop can't quite handle the stream as it likes to overheat, even with the giant fan running. Lee Sin coming for the first gank of the game here. Soroth could go down. No, he still has half HP. Lee Sin will fall off of that gank. Gets a bit more poke back onto Orianna as well. Ezreal getting poke onto Lucian in the bottom lane as well. Seeing him use his range to his advantage, I suppose, was not... I don't know, somebody in Twitch chat, let us know. does Ezreal or does Lucian have a greater early game range? I think Ezreal's poke is a little bit longer, but Lucian also has a decent poke range. Malzahar getting a little bit of damage onto the Lucian as well here, while Thresh takes a Autoattack gets the death sentence onto Malzahar though, as well as an Autoattack. Ezreal coming in to try and contest that will not get any additional damage onto the Thresh. Thresh lands the Flay onto Malzahar as well. Lucian getting damage onto Malzahar. Lucian comes back in, but Ezreal comes in onto the Lucian. Exhaust goes out onto Ezreal's looking for a gang in the ball, and nobody coming in though. Ezreal's a bit more poke onto the Thresh. Lucian is still alive. Ezreal's still alive. Malzahar at 200 HP. Lucian at 200 HP. Ezreal and Thresh a little bit more healthy than that. The death sentence goes out onto the Malzahar. Flay comes through as well. Lucian doesn't get a single Autoattack. One more attack from the Thresh though, and first blood goes over to SLG. Nuts on the support. That was an impressive play. Poppy also goes full ham against Gnar, gets him down to 300 HP, but is forced off the Ezreal going for the kill onto Lucian, but Lucian survives with about 50 health remaining. Xerath goes some poke onto Orianna. Orianna down to about 150, more poke coming through from the Xerath. One more automatic, the flash, her shield, but Ignite is onto her. Ignite ticking down. Was a health pot going to be enough? Does she have a health pot available? She stays alive in the mid lane. Orianna surviving the last second Ignite with a skillful use of a combination of her shield and a health potion. Jarvan 4 also waiting in the wing in the top lane here, looking for the first, possibly his first gank of the game. Lee Sin also available for a counter gank here. Lee Sin is going to make his way up while Jarvan 4 misses his EQ combo onto Gnar. Lee Sin now waiting in the bush. I do not believe has been spotted out. Jarvan 4 going to begin recalling. Well, Poppy looks to come back in on Gnar. Poppy gets stunned down by the Gnar though. Lee Sin will come in. Poppy down to 200 HP. Indeed, Lee Sin was not spotted out. Poppy going to make her way safely onto her side of the map though. I believe Ghost was just activated. Indeed, that is a defensive use of her Ghost Summoner spell. Seeing a health potion taking away, trying to get her a little bit more healthy. The boomerang comes out from the Gnar, not quite able to connect. Getting comments about the silver gold team on blue side performing very well in Twitch chat, and indeed, there's been some close plays, and somehow Thresh picked up first blood. I think Team Kugang may have been a little bit overzealous or overconfident in their start, and they're being punished for it. Lee Sin looking for his second gank in the middle lane, chooses not to enter the bush, might wrap around the, I was going to say safe way, as in safe to pick up extra damage, but not so safe for him, coming in on Xerath's side of the map. Looking like Gnar's also managed to get a little bit more damage against Poppy. Poppy forced under her turret here, also not having the range that Gnar does. I believe Gnar will have a slight advantage in the top lane, at least until Poppy is able to recall. Of course, she is up 13 farm over Gnar. That is almost double his farm at this point in the game. Probably managed to pick up a kill onto a Siege. They're getting herself about 50 additional gold. Gnar not quite punching her the way I would have expected there. Looks like he's going to go Mega Gnar. She tries to recall. See if he can stop a recall from the Poppy, or if she will make her way back into the pit. Indeed, her recall will be cancelled here, despite her camera staying in the bottom lane. That was where my attention was. Xerath getting a bit more poke onto Orianna in the mid lane as well here. Looking like there's a distinct farm advantage in the mid lane as well. Xerath has about 15 farm up on Orianna. Bottom lane so far has been the closest in this matchup. Ezreal only managing a 6 farm advantage over the Lucian. Of course, we've seen the first kill go over onto Swag Life Gaming, so we see a fairly even goal score at this point of the game, despite Team Kugang having roughly a 200 lead. Jarvan missing the EQ combo a second time onto Gnar. Will again recall from the top lane. Orianna also being forced out of the mid lane by Xerath. We're seeing a Thresh and Lucian get a little bit of pressure against the Malzahar Ezreal combo in the bottom lane. Lee Sin looking for some sustain in the mid lane, going up to hold that lane for Orianna, who has just recalled. Poppy also catching a boomerang, does not take much damage from him against recall once again from behind her turret in the top lane. Gnar still not quite able to get a farm advantage here, is still down about 15 farm, is still pressuring the Poppy. Going to see her quickly recall back out to that turret though, and Gnar may be put at a disadvantage even further. His recall is available as well. He's just reached level 6, looking like Poppy is also level 6, sitting actually at level 7 already. And the second blue buff of the game has come back up and will go over onto Surath for the purple side. It appears that Jarvan 4 and Surath will both make their way towards the bottom half of the map, have been spotted out by a blue side vision ward though, and Thresh and Lucian will remain safe, at least for the moment. Dragon has now been pinged out though, and a purple side MIA ping comes out from in front of the Dragon Pit. We're going to potentially see Jarvan 4 and Surath initiate onto Dragon, but the Ezreal Malzahar combo will not come in to assist. Surath makes his way back up to the mid lane, spots out the vision ward in the pixel bush. If Orianna makes her way down the river, she will be spotted out by that purple side ward. Both teams having a ward in the bottom half of the mid lane river bushes. Poppy also coming in against the Gnar, gets his flash out of him, and they're both getting fairly low in the top lane. Gnar looks like he's going to re-engage against Poppy here potentially. Poppy already utilizing her ultimate, though her ultimate not the most effective in a 1 versus 1 situation. Comes back in under the turret of Gnar, takes 1, 2. Might have even been a third turret hit there. I think it was only 2 though, which finished off. Going to be an exchange in the top lane. Emmanuel being a little bit overzealous there. Going to now be a 2-for-1 kill score. A 100 gold difference between these two teams despite a huge ELO gap. Death sentence from Thresh, not quite able to connect onto Malzahar that time. Looking like Gnar will also choose to save his teleport here, heading back up into the top lane the long way. Poppy has already utilized her teleport, so she is forced to walk back up. And as I say that, Lee Sin comes in for a gank into the bottom lane. Death Sentence a second time in a row, not quite able to connect. Did just skim Malzahar, though. It's going to be a semi-unsuccessful gank for Team Swag Life Gaming. And as we speak about unsuccessful, Surath manages a nice amount of poke onto the Orianna. She's having a little bit of trouble in the mid lane right now. Jarvan 4 also waiting in the wing on his Raptor camp currently, but I believe wrapping around for a gank. Of course, as I said, that we see him make his way up into the upper half of the river. Could go for the Scuttle Crab or a gank onto Jarvan. I apologize, onto Gnar. Purple side has pinged out the Gnar. Gnar makes his way down into the river looking for that ward. Has dropped the ward. I believe that will save his life. No, the ultimate comes out from Jarvan 4 despite missing his EQ combo. That is enough to finish off Gnar, evening out the kill score here. MIA ping coming out from Orianna in the mid lane while Surath recalls from underneath his turret. Looking like Lee Sin is already engaged onto Dragon here. It's looking like he might need that lantern coming in from the side. She will need the lantern. Orianna coming in from the side is already fairly low, just leaving her lane after taking some harass from the Surath. That will be the first Dragon of the game, though. Going down successfully to Team Swag Life Gaming. Ultimate coming in from Ezreal, not quite able to stop the recall from Lee Sin. He will make it back to his pool safely as Malzahar looks to make his way down to the Dragon Pit, spots out the Vision Ward placed down by blue side, and Thresh tries to contest this. Malzahar going for one more auto attack onto the ward. One more auto attack, now one more, and it will go down. We do have Lucian and Thresh available to contest in the river. Ezreal also returning into the bottom lane while Surath recalls from the Pixel Bush. Neither team quite willing to engage in that fight. Jarvan 4 engaging onto the Gromp camp. Looks like Malzahar will be returning into the bottom lane here. Lucian and Thresh looking for a little bit of pressure against the Ezreal Malzahar combo. Jarvan 4 looks like he could make his way down into the bottom half of the map looking for his, I don't know, second gank into the bottom lane. But as I say that, he wraps back around looking for some counter jungle here potentially. Drops a ward into the blue side jungle between the Dragon Pit and their red buff. And now he may actually wrap down into the bottom lane, though we're going to see action into the top lane here. Poppy getting a fair amount of damage onto Gnar. Gnar down to 100 HP, 50 HP, and Poppy fully diving that turret, picks up a third kill here onto Gnar. Malzahar in the bottom lane will also be going down, though, going to remain an even kill score as Lucian and Thresh continue doing work for their team. Looks like Orianna has bitten off a little bit more than she can chew as Jarvan 4 comes in for a gank in the mid lane, going to result in a 4-4-3 kill score here for Team Koo Gang on the purple side. Jarvan 4 starting to pull his weight here a little bit more. We've seen him effect a gank in the top lane, which resulted in a death onto Gnar, as well as one now in the mid lane, resulting in a death onto Orianna. Also, Poppy playing a little bit heavy in the top lane, will pick up the kill onto Lee Sin. Gnar is there, but Jarvan4 has himself. Poppy will go down. It's going to be a trade in the top lane, a 5-for-4 kill score, but Gnar is definitely overextended here. Jarvan4 lands the EQ combo. Gnar down to 50 HP, and the Serath ult finishes things off. Now a 6-for-4 kill score in favor of Team Koogang. We are seeing roughly a 2,000 gold difference as we approach the 15-minute mark of this game. We have still seen no turrets get removed from the map, though. Both teams doing very well defending their bases. We saw Team Swaglight Gaming start off very, very strong despite a slight CS disadvantage. They are a mainly gold team with one silver player facing off against Team Koogang, the mainly diamond team with one platinum player. So seeing them down a slight amount, not completely unexpected, but seeing them do so well, I kind of have hope for them yet. Seeing Lee Sin come in for a gank against the Serath will get a little bit of damage if it falls off of his initiative. Apologies guys, kind of cut myself off there as Lee Sin came in for that gank. Again, I was talking about how these two teams are performing. Swaglight Gaming has been doing fairly well, had some early coordinated efforts, which did result in great plays for their team. But as I go on there, Serath is going to pick up a kill onto Orianna in the mid lane. Serath now sitting 3-0. Maybe a little bit too much for them to handle. Again, so early we had some great plays coming in from Swaglight Gaming, but now we're seeing more coordinated efforts coming in from Team Koogang. Poppy going a little bit too ham here, because he took 3 turret hits, not quite able to finish off Gnar. Looks to come back in onto the Gnar. Will succeed with that kill. That was a very strong play. She's now going to sit 4-2-2. Indeed, Gnar's not going to know how to handle this situation. If she can just sit there and dive his turret, he's gonna need to roam, I guess. I mean, or they're going to have to send their jungler up into the top lane a little bit more frequently against Poppy. And of course, sending 2 against Poppy, not always the ideal situation. There's going to be a team fight breaking out in the bottom lane. As I say that, though, Thresh will go down, looking for the second kill. The ultimate comes out from the Serath, lets 2 hits onto Lee Sin, and Lee Sin goes down. Lucian comes back in for a little bit more damage against the Ezreal. Ezreal throwing the poke does not quite connect, while Cullen comes out from the Lucian, getting most of that damage onto the Malzahar. They're going to fall off of their pursuit of Lucian, as they do not yet have that bottom lane outer, and he is now behind the inner turret. Seeing Orianna look to exert pressure onto the mid lane outer turret here for her team. She has been left alone in the mid lane, as I believe Serath as well as Jarvan4 were recently in the bottom lane looking for those kills against the Thresh and Lucian. They did succeed in a threat kill onto the Thresh, but not the Lucian. Lucian playing very, very well so far. Is actually 1-0-0. I guess the kill in the bottom lane onto the Thresh was his first death as well, post 15 minutes, so a very strong bottom lane pair for Team Swaglight Gaming. Thresh takes a bit of poke from Ezreal, as I said there, and Serath has come back in against the Orianna. She, however, manages to dodge both of his skill shots, gets her ultimate onto him. She's getting a little bit low there. Lee Sin will come in, gets the Warthog, misses the Q onto Serath, but Serath goes down, and Orianna remains with about 200 health. That is a great gank from Lee Sin. Looking like we have a 5-10 kill score. Koogang now up double Swaglight Gaming. However, Swaglight Gaming is going to respond by taking down the first turret of the game. We are seeing Koogang with roughly a 3,000 gold advantage, but Swaglight Gaming has identified ways they can come out victorious still, and they are working towards it, though Poppy and Gnar's not quite getting what he needs here. Now he's not under the turret range. Going to try and dodge the Poppy, but she is going to manage the last hit onto Gnar. Indeed, he will need some assistance into the top lane, but Lee Sin has set up for a dragon. Will be their second dragon of the game if they can take it. There's going to be more action into the bottom lane, though, as Thresh and Lucian are contesting against the Ezreal Malzahar pair. Serath also coming back in. Lucian will go down. Thresh will go down as well. Lee Sin down to about 100 HP, having engaged on dragon. How has 4 members of Team Koogang on him. Orianna trying to exit back into her lane, back onto her side of the map, but Sarath is there to cut her off. Ezreal finishes off Dragon with assistance from the Malzahar, and Jarvan 4 comes in from the side. It's going to be 3 more members of Team Kugang trying to finish off Orianna here. The other one comes out from the Sarath. One hit connects, a third hit not quite able to connect. She burns her flash, getting into the Baron pit. Poppy and Sarath still chasing her down, and the poke coming in from Sarath just connects. That's going to be 4 kills and a Dragon for none. A huge and unfortunate misplay there by Team Swag Life Gaming, setting up for the Dragon the way they did, and not being able to respond into the bottom lane to keep Thresh and Lucian alive. Looking like Poppy will recall from the top lane, while Sarath succeeds in taking down the first turret for his team, evening out the turret score in this game. We are now seeing a 1-4-1 turret score, both teams succeeding in taking down the mid lane outer turrets. Taking a look down the scoreboard here, indeed we are seeing ProSide do fairly well. The bottom lane is still the most even lane, Lucian down only 6 farm under the Ezreal. In the mid and top lane, the Orianna and Gnar have not had quite so much luck. Looks like Sarath has roughly a 30 farm advantage over Orianna, and Poppy has exerted a 50 farm advantage over Gnar. Both those champions sitting with 6 kills apiece, as to their opposition, where Gnar has 2 and Orianna has not succeeded in picking up a single kill in this matchup. Looking like Poppy's going to go back in onto Gnar. Lee Sin never comes back in from behind the Poppy. Poppy trying to dodge. I'm not quite sure. Lee Sin appears to be afraid of the Poppy. His Q will not connect. Gnar gets a little bit more poke. Jarvan 4 now into the top lane. Poppy and Jarvan 4 should be enough to pick up a kill here. Lee Sin ever getting a little bit more damage. Poppy's out of mana. They may be able to pick up this kill. Gnar comes back in. Lee Sin ever taking huge amounts of damage from the Jarvan 4. Jarvan 4's ultimate comes out, keeping Poppy safe as Gnar tries to re-engage onto her. Sarath also making his way up into the top half of the river now. Will be coming in for this kill onto Gnar while Poppy recalls. Also comes out from the Sarath. 1 hit not quite connecting. Second hit will connect. Looking for the third, but the flash comes out from Gnar, and he will survive that. That is kind of well played by, I believe that is SLG Dirty Mike on the Gnar. The ultimate comes out from the Malzahar, and that will result in a kill onto Lucian. Ezreal now looking for a second kill here onto the Thresh, who was assisting Lucian. The play comes out from the Thresh, though. Ezreal, however, is able to shift back in onto the Thresh. Thresh down to about 300p, flashes in under his turret, and Ezreal will not be able to pursue despite Malzahar being there to assist him. We are seeing a 17-5 kill score, a 32-25 goal score, but a 1-4-1 turret score. Team Kugang definitely has a goal advantage in this game, but as far as objectives are concerned, including the Dragons, I believe, are 1-4-1 as well. Things have been a little bit more even. Looks like Gnar's gone down in the top lane to the Poppy. Apologize for my distraction here, guys. Looks like we have 2 admins updating the bracket. We may have had a match double reported there. Just looking to make sure the bracket is still currently accurate. I believe we've had only 1 round 2 game conclude so far, but 2 victories are showing onto it. Get that bracket posted back into Twitch chat, though. No, it is potentially a little bit wonky right now. Looking to get that updated. Apologies for silence there again, guys. Also seeing Lee Sin into the top in here, trying to defend the turret, but Poppy will succeed, taking down their second turret of the game, and she will pick up the kill onto Lee Sin as well. Has 300 HP remaining. Chooses to come back in onto the Gnar, takes half his HP in 1 hit. He tries to do a little bit of damage, but is not quite sufficient enough. Poppy will pick up the double kill. Jarvan 4 also in the bottom picks up a kill onto Lucian. Thresh will go down, as well as going to be 4 members of Team Kugang in the bottom lane. Suspect they will take this bottom lane outer turret down momentarily. Alright, I apologize guys, it looks like the bracket is up to date. We had a round 2 loss reported by Malicious Gaming, so Cladius is a girl has emerged victorious into the semi-finals, as well as by me, Wow Eugene, who we've received a win report from, defeating Team Sirens in round 2 of play. Of course, those 2 teams that were defeated do have one more chance to play in our secondary bracket. Again, all teams that lose in round 1, as well as all teams that lose in round 2. At least for tonight, as we have only 12 teams participating, will be added into the secondary tournament, meaning that we're going to have 8 out of 12 teams receiving prizing tonight, assuming that they all stick around to play at least. Speaking of playing, we have 3 members of Team Swag Life Gaming looking to roam as a fairly cohesive unit, converging onto Orianna in the mainland, looking for a kill onto Sarath here. Potentially Lee Sin makes his way behind the swap, but the Q cannot quite connect, and Thresh will get stunned out as he tries to come in. I believe Sarath may escape this fight with like Lee Sin quickly poked down to have Shinar trying to engage. Well, gets the boomerang onto Sarath, but it's not quite enough for his team to re-engage. Looks like blue side will be setting up for a second dragon here. Going to be a huge team fight breaking out. It looks like Orianna picks up the shutdown onto Jarvan 4, but Lee Sin will also go down. Going to be an exchange of the jungler's heal coming out from the Ezreal, keeping Malzahar alive a little bit longer to that. But Gnar picks up the kill. However, Gnar will go down as well. Ultimate now coming out from the Sarath, picks up the kill onto Orianna. Not able to land a hit onto Thresh as he dodges or jukes like a pro. Ezra coming in to the Dragon here, looking for one more Q onto either of those numbers. Destined, so not quite able to connect onto Ezra. Ezra, however, has initiated onto Dragon with assistance from the Sarath at this late-ish point in the game. They're not going to have too much trouble taking Dragon down with just the 2 of them, though Thresh and Lucian have stuck around to try and contest this. Looks like they will not enter the pits quite soon enough. The Dragon will go down to the purple side. That's going to be the second Dragon of the game for Team Kugang. Going to now be a 2-for-1 Dragon score. Also, we're now seeing a 5-for-1 turret score and a 25-8 kill score. I believe Kugang has exerted some dominance here. Looking to see if Team Swag Life Gaming can bring it back, though with a 13,000 gold deficiency, they're going to be hard-pressed to do so. Apologize for my silence here, guys. Just getting in contact with my admin team there, as we do have only 2 games remaining to conclude before the secondary bracket tournament will be released for you. Again, all teams who've played tonight and already been defeated, you have one more chance to play tonight if you were not aware of it. Tell your team, stick around. It's going to be starting up in the next 15-20 minutes or so, assuming that our last 2 round 2 games don't take more than 45 minutes apiece. Seeing 2 more kills come in here as Orianna and Lucian both go down to an advance from Team Kugang. Thresh trying to pick up a kill onto Poppy. He gets a little bit more pressure from him, but I believe he's going to succeed. No, the turret hits, being completely negated by her ultimate. She picks up the kill on the Thresh, but he succeeds, picking up his second kill of the game. Thresh for MVP on the blue side, guys. Making all the plays here. Seeing now a 28-9 kill score. Indeed, we are now seeing Kugang a triple Team Swag Life Gaming kill score, triple their turret score as well, but with only a 13,000 gold advantage. Lee Sin coming in against Sarath, not quite managed to ult him back into the turret, and Sarath trying to punish Lee Sin for his engagement. Looks like Lee Sin may actually survive that, though. Ezreal is doing huge amount of damage onto Gnar in the top lane. Gnar will go down, but not before he succeeds taking down their 3rd turret of the game. Lucian also picks up a shutdown onto Sarath. A little bit of an overstay there, potentially, by the Sarath from Team Kugang. Alright, looks like our third round 2 game may have just concluded with Team Lucky 5 emerging victorious, meaning we are just waiting on the matchup we are currently watching to conclude before we make our way into the semi-finals for tonight's tournament. And with reaching the semi-finals, we will be releasing the secondary bracket as well, so stay tuned for this. So stay tuned for that as soon as this match concludes. Alright, so back into the game for me. Let's take a look down this scoreboard. Looking like Poppy has roughly an 80 farm advantage over Gnar. She has not grown that farm advantage all that much over the last 10 minutes or so. She's had an advantage the entire game here. She is sitting at 10-4. I believe now focusing on her kill score as opposed to the minions. Looking like Sarath has not gotten as much of an advantage over Orianna as we could have expected, either sitting only 35 farm or so above her. He is sitting 8-6 to Orianna's 2-5-2, however, and again is doing fairly well for his team. Ezreal in the same situation with Lucian. Lucian has been maintaining his farm on par with Ezreal throughout most of the game, though we are now seeing Ezreal with roughly a 20 farm advantage, and he is sitting 6-0-7. Been doing very, very well for his team, and as we say that, though, there's going to be a team fight bringing out Sarath because of a kill. It looks like Malzahar picks up a kill as well, going to be 2-0. Lucian trying to escape with his life, but Poppy is a little bit too much for him. He will go down. 5 members of Team Kugang now sieging onto the mid lane inhibitor. The inhibitor will go down, looking for the inhibitor as well. No, looking for a Lee Sin kill. Going to go full ham. Lee Sin gets locked down. One more poke comes up from the Sarath, and Lee Sin has been deleted. The inhibitor going down as well here. Poppy looking for a kill. Ontanar takes a hit from the Nexus turrets, though, for it. Going to see Malzahar tank the Nexus turret for his team. As minion pressure gets in, Poppy with about 50 HP. Thresh has come back on. Will he get the distance? Will he make the kill onto Poppy? She's using minions trying to save. Thresh is looking for the kill, but the minion blocks the hook. However, he follows it up, lands the flay, picks up the kill onto Poppy. It's not quite going to be enough to save them the game, but that was a huge play by the Thresh. I'm impressed. Alright guys, looks like our secondary tournament will be starting up in about 5 minutes. Just give our admin team a few minutes to recollect all those names, get them released into the bracket. I'll do my best to let you guys know as soon as I'm aware it's been released, though sometimes he releases it and just doesn't tell me, so check out the webpage as well. Get the link posted back into Twitch chat here. Of course, that will be 5 minutes from when the game actually concludes. Swag Life Gaming succeeding there in forcing Kugang off of their Nexus. Lee Sin looking for a kill onto the Jarvan 4 right now. Jarvan 4, however, is so beefy. Lee Sin not quite doing the damage he needs to finish things off here. Jarvan 4 will try to EQ to save. It looks like Lee Sin will miss his Q, so Jarvan 4's EQ combo will indeed get him to safety. Again, guys, for those of you waiting for the secondary tournament, as soon as we have a loser from this matchup, we will be getting that released for you. Of course, when that occurs, we'll have a winner from this matchup as well, and I'll be getting the semi-finals matchup for the stream set up. Of course, stating that we do have 2 teams already qualified into the semi-finals tonight, and I believe they are getting their matchup set up currently. Going to be By Me, Wow Eugene, and Claudius is a Girl. I apologize, we have a 3rd team qualified into the semis as well. That is Team The Lucky 5, waiting on the winners of this matchup so their opponents can become available. That is, Lucky 5's opponents are becoming available as the winners of this matchup conclude, because the winners of this matchup are their next opponents. Alright, back into the game though. I apologize for my side tangent, guys. Seeing Swag Life Gaming continue to defend their side of the map as vehemently as they possibly can. Still seeing Kugang look to find some win conditions here. Of course, they are sitting with a kill advantage, with a turret advantage, and with a solid gold advantage at this point in the game. They have just not been able to win a solid enough team fight with the time frame to get back in to the blue side base. Of course, having just taken the 2 Nexus turrets, I'm a little bit surprised they're not sieging down into the mid lane, looking to end it as quickly as they can. They're taking the safe route into the bottom lane here. They have a Nexus turret to drop. I'm seeing a member from the blue team in Twitch chat. I fear that may mean the worst, as we have a 3-minute spectator. They may have concluded this matchup. Of course, that would be spoilers, so we're going to find out momentarily. Does Swag Life Gaming give in here, or will they quickly ace their opponents and walk into their base emerging victorious? Gnar takes a little poke, Thresh takes a little bit of poke. We are seeing Kugang try and siege down onto this inhibitor turret. Jarvan 4 going to go full ham, gets the flash out of the Thresh. Lee Sin taking huge damage. Lucian utilizing the culling, but Thresh will go down. Poppy continuing onto the Orianna. Thought Lucian was taking the damage up, but Orianna will go down. Gnar responding with a kill onto Malzahar. Poppy picks up a double kill, though. Picks up the triple kill, I believe. I apologize, thought she picked up another kill there, but didn't see it actually go down. Yes, there's the triple kill announced, but onto the Lee Sin. Not quite able to pick up the kill onto Gnar, but the Nexus is naked, and it will go down. Unfortunately, that does explain why there are members of the blue team in the Twitch chat. They have just lost their matchup. Alright guys, so we have Kugang emerging victorious, heading their way into the semi-finals, and Swag Life Gaming will be the 8th and final team qualifying into the secondary tournament tonight. So bear with us for 2 to 5 minutes while we get that bracket released for you. I'm also going to be getting the semi-finals matchup set up for the stream. Alright, looks like I have an invite into my into my semi-finals match here. Going to head over to my Skype chat, see if I can get a hold of our admin team, make sure that that secondary bracket is getting all formed up. Of course, I trust he is all over it, but never hurts to heckle him a little bit. Again, guys, we've just had our 8th matchup conclude, so the secondary bracket tournament is getting formed up. I'll get that link posted back into Twitch chat as soon as I confirm that it's been released onto the webpage. I'm just going to sit here refreshing that page until he says it's there. And then even after he says it's there, I'm going to refresh it until I see it. Secondary tournament, yeah. I apologize, guys, I'm a little out of it. Alright, back to all seriousness here. We have the semi-finals for tonight's open bracket tournament getting started up. I believe we're going to have Kugang, I was going to say on the blue side, but that would be a mistake. Kugang will be playing their second match in a row from the purple side of the map. This time their opponents will be the Lucky 5 with the tag of 2 Lucky. Looking like Lucky 5 is a mainly platinum team with 1 silver player. We'll be facing off against Kugang, who we've seen as mainly diamond players with that 1 platinum trim heading into the matches as well. Looks like Mikasa Kimasima may actually be a Masters tier summoner, though I don't recall that name from the last round of play. Mikasa Kimisaka is a member from the Lucky 5. Seems like team members may be on the wrong sides there, looking to get this matchup formed up with the proper rosters. Indeed, so Team Lucky 5 has a Masters Platinum and a Silver team roster, while Team Kugang has a mainly Diamond with a 1 Platinum Summoner. At least that is what we're seeing so far into this lobby. Again, guys, we are heading into the semi-finals of tonight's tournament. And our secondary bracket tournament is getting formed up. Still waiting on that bracket to get released. You guys do apologize for the delay here. I'm getting no response from the Clan Ren Sally. Uh-oh. Alright, I can quickly form up that bracket for you guys as well. So just give us 1 more minute here, and we'll make sure everything gets formed up properly for you. Alright, so bear with me through a moment of silence. Potentially. Looks like we still have 9 summoners sitting in the lobby here. I apologize, Twitch chat has been going a little crazy while I was trying to contact our team and get everything set up for you guys. Have a few questions about the secondary bracket tournament, I believe. Just let me read through everything quickly. Yes, question about how does it work. Lucky losers bracket, indeed. For any event where we have at least 12 teams participating, the first 8 teams to lose get put into a second tournament, where they have a second chance to compete for some prizing. We find it gives the lower tier teams, or the lesser lucked teams in those round 1 games, a second chance, you know? Gives them a little bit of RP if they can pull off even one victory throughout the night, which means that potentially the next week they can come back a little bit stronger, do a little bit better in the main event. Of course, with 12 teams exactly participating tonight, we have 4 games in round 1 and 4 games in round 2, meaning that all teams before the semi-finals end up going into that secondary bracket tournament. Also, still no response. I apologize for the delays here. I'm going to start forming this up a little bit faster for you guys. Looks like our round 1 and 2 losses. First one was the Gilded Walk. I'm gonna have to pull up a notepad document. Oh no, Dark Corp's being distracted. Alright, team's asking if everybody's all good. Looks like our semi-finals matchup is about to begin. Alright, so for our secondary tournament, looks like we have last-minute registration as well as Calvin Trolls, team rectc.com, as well as the Gilded Walk, as our 4 teams that were defeated in round 1, meaning we have Chaos Esports as a team defeated in round 2, as well as Swag Life Gaming, the team we got to see on our stream in round 2, followed by Team Siren and Team Malicious Gaming, making our 8-team roster heading into the secondary event. And I apologize, I didn't add your team tags this time. It's not quite as beautiful as the main bracket, but we have now released that. I'm going to actually triple shuffle this before I say it's officially released. There we go. Of course, by the time you hear me saying that, it's been about 20 seconds and it's already triple shuffled. So I'm going to finalize that bracket. Hopefully you guys aren't stuck playing against teams you played against in round 1 or 2, and if you are, I do apologize, but them's the breaks. Alright, the secondary tournament has officially been released. Apologize for the delays there. Also seeing some questions about the rewards. Yes, there are rewards. Of course there's rewards. It's a tournament, guys. That's just a crazy question. We have 2 RP packages, as well as 10 Triumphant Rise skins to give away this evening, guys. Riot allows for a fairly standardized prize package, which is 40,000 RP and 5 Triumphant Rise skins. Apologies, I have a few admin issues in my client. Just making sure everybody is all up to date. Looks like we're all good. Okay, back to what we were saying. Right. We have 2 sets of prizes to give away. That is 40,000 RP and 5 Triumphant Rise skins for both of our tournaments tonight. So the first place teams in both events, both the secondary and main tournament, will be getting those 3,200 RP per summoner and Triumphant Rise skin per summoner. That is the 5 final team members playing that get the prizing, with the second place team in both events again going home with 2,400 RP apiece, followed by 1,600 and 800 RP for the third and fourth place teams respectively. So that's actually going to be 8 out of 12 teams playing tonight getting some form of prize package. That's pretty damn good odds if you ask me. Again, guys, once a bracket is released or once matchups show in the bracket, you have 15 minutes to begin those matches. So with the secondary bracket officially being released, it's important that you check out where you're sitting, who you're playing against, and make sure that you're not the team causing the delay, or you could be disqualified. Looks Looks like we have all 10 summoners sitting in the lobby, which I believe we've had for quite some time. Also, Lucky Cobra sitting in a spectator slot with me. Looks like they potentially have a silver coach as opposed to a silver player, or somebody looking to screen cap their game for who knows what sort of epic montage they're going to create. We've had a couple of teams come through that have somebody sit in the spectator slot with me, and I've actually gotten the pleasure of having a video forwarded to me from one of those teams. I can't recall which team it was quite some time ago, but one of the games I shoutcasted, they had their spectator, and he actually screen capped it as well, and I got a little bit of I think it was a 3 or 4 minute video, but it was throughout the entire game, just the highlights of their plays. Was pretty cool. Manager, not coach. Yeah, kind of the same. To me, a manager and a coach are the same. Well, I guess not. Managers perform managerial duties, while coaches attempt to improve your mechanical abilities, more or less, but same kind of admin / advisory roles. I don't know. Kind of cool, though. You guys have a manager. Almost said coach. I'm terrible, I know, right? Alright. Again, guys, we have teams the Lucky 5 on the blue side, facing off against Team Kugang on the purple side. This is going to be a semi-finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. Apologize there, guys. Looks like I released that secondary bracket while Clandrin Sally was trying to get you guys all with the nicely formatted names and tags. We may actually see that bracket updating, but it should be the same matches and everything, just your names will be all fancified. I did it the quick way while he was doing it properly. Just, he was doing it, so he didn't respond to me, and I thought he, may have AFK'd or something, so I did it as well. Little confusion, we do apologize. Not a huge effect in the overall end. Speaking of ends, this is the semi-finals where all teams remaining are guaranteed prizing for their participation tonight, and the winners of this matchup will be heading into the finals match. Of course, the losers aren't done yet either. They have a bronze match to play where they determine the 3rd and 4th place teams, and by that match's victor. Looking at our bracket here, again we have Lucky 5 on the blue side in the matchup at hand, as well as Kugang, but we also have 2 other semi-finalist teams, those teams being By Me Wow Eugene and Claudius Is a Girl. Looking forward to seeing one of those 2 guys in the finals matchup. Of course, looking forward to seeing one of these 2 teams in the final as well. We've followed Kugang all the way from round 1. They've done fairly well through tonight's event, but I believe that Team Lucky 5 started out in round 1 as well. So both these teams coming off of a 2-win streak into the semifinals could be a bit of an intense matchup. Looks like in the other semifinal slot, both of those semifinalist teams had buys in round 1. So they're coming in off of 1-game win, so they have defeated teams that defeated another team. So 4 fairly strong teams coming into our semifinals. And with that, we will be into champion selection for our semifinals matchup. Waiting here on Cora Score to make their first ban. Apologies for my silence here, guys. It appears that Team Malicious Gaming may not have been aware of the secondary bracket tournament. Of course, that information was available from the website, and I've said it as many times as I possibly can tonight to make sure everybody is aware. Alright, so into the matchup at hand here, though. We are seeing Poppy getting banned out by Team The Lucky 5. We saw Poppy as I think, a bit of a cheese pick coming in from Kugang, but it was played very strongly. That could be potentially one of their main champions, and I'm just not aware of it. Seeing Warwick now banned out from Team Kugang, followed up by a Thresh ban from the Lucky Five. Believe that's going to be a respect ban as well. No, I apologize. It was Thresh played from Swag Life Gaming in the last round of play, where we saw all those clutch moves coming through, as well as Gnar banned out by Team Kugang, followed up by a Lucian ban from the Lucky Five, banning out the Wife Steal lane completely, and the one respect ban onto Poppy. We're going to see Katarina as the last ban from Kugang, leaving it up to Koroscore now to select his first champion into this matchup, or his only champion, I should say, the first champion for Team Lucky Five. Getting questions about who is playing currently. It is Team the Lucky Five on the blue side with Kugang on the purple side. It is the I matchup in our semi-finals round. Gonna get that bracket link posted back into Twitch chat for you guys as well. I apologize for my distraction there. Getting reports in Twitch chat from Koroscore that the ADC has lagged out, which is an unfortunate situation, but you guys are free to drop. Champion selection and remake will be enforcing the same picks and same bans. Who is Lucky Cobra? One sec, guys. I can't type. Oh, Lucky Cobra is from Lucky Five. I believe that is their spectator / manager. Yeah, there you go. That's what we were expecting. No problem, guys. Reports in Twitch chat that their ADC lagged out, so we're going to be getting this matchup reformed. That is completely allowed within the rules. It doesn't normally occur during champion selection, though. Disconnections do occur during champion selection. It happens. So we're going to be enforcing the same pick, same ban rule, and treat it as a pre-5 minutes of gameplay restart. Looking to confirm that the Jinx wasn't randomed because of that person disconnecting. Seeing Ant say, okay, that's a member of the purple side. Alright, looks like the Jink was intentionally locked in, so we're all good for these two teams to go with the same bans and same picks into this semi-finals match. Always unfortunate to have a disconnect, but I'd rather have them drop out in champion selection than have some random champion forced upon them for a match that can carry this much weight. Again, guys, we are heading into the semi-finals of tonight's open bracket tournament. We have a team, the Lucky Five, on the blue side, playing against Team Kugang on the purple side. Both of these teams have come all the way from round 1, while the other two semi-finalist teams both started in round 2 and defeated their opponents as they got to them. Indeed, we're seeing Koroscore relock in his Jinx pick, as well as Emmanuel locking in Aurelia Montier. I don't quite recall what they finalized. I believe it may have been a Maokai. Indeed, Maokai being selected there. I suspect they are all abiding by the rules here, and that somebody in Twitch chat would scream if they weren't. Amumu potentially being locked in here is only being hovered over at the moment, while half wolf, half dog is waiting to show us a champion. Also, guys, a brief reminder that as we get into the spectator delay period, that is when I take my quick breaks. So as we get through this champion selection, I'll be leaving you guys momentarily, but as we get into the load screen and back onto the Rift, I promise I shall return to shoutcast the semi-finals matchup. The Amumu has been locked in here, going to have an Amumu jungle for Team Lucky 5. Saw a something hovered over momentarily, swapped out very quickly for a Darius selection. Again, guys, we have Team the Lucky 5 on the blue side, facing off against Kugang on the purple side. Our secondary tournament has also been released, and all those matches should be getting started up as I say that, if not already being started. Darius will be locked in for Half Wolf, Half Dog, showing Ignite Flash. I wonder if he will be trading off onto a different summoner, or if he'll be grabbing Teleport or playing the top lane with Ignite instead. Seeing Corki and Braum being hovered over now for Team Kugang. Mitchersaurus as well as Kin showing us their potential champion selections. Mitchersaurus will swap things out for a Tristana, though Swift quickly swaps it back onto a Corki pick. They have 25 seconds remaining to finalize these two champions. Suspect we may be seeing something at least slightly similar to these champions. Heading into this matchup, Corki and Braum are two fairly safe picks, being highly rated champions in both of their roles. Also interesting to note that we have a Maokai potentially playing from the jungle for Team Kugang in this matchup, with Aurelia in the top lane. The Corki Braum pair have been locked in for the bottom lane of Team Kugang, with Lady AD Carry showing a Blitzcrank cover. Brian was also hovered over momentarily by Mikasa Kimasama, but he's going to swap that one out for an Orianna pick. We'll see what they end up locking in here. Looking for a mid laner and a support, or potentially a top laner and a support. Though I believe Darius will be played from the top lane despite showing Ignite. Seeing no teleports from Team the Lucky 5 into this matchup. Wondering if that will be swapped out before we hit Spectator Light, or if that's how they're going to be fielding their summoners. Looking like Ant may be planning to play some Sarath into the mid lane. We've seen this played at least once before in tonight's tournament, though I don't recall what he played in round 1. The Sarath being hovered fairly consistently here, has not been swapped out for anything else. 15 seconds still remaining for him to make any decision changes that he needs to do. 5 more seconds, then we're into that 60-second period where summoners are able to finalize their runes, masteries, and their summoner spells, as well as trade around any champions that they need to. Alright, and with that, we're seeing a few champions get traded around here. Blitzcrank onto Kuroscore and Lady AD Carry with Jinx. Believe no other summoners have opted to trade from the blue side, and no summoners from the purple side needed to change around their champions. We're going to have a Jinx Blitzcrank bottom lane pair for Lady, I apologize, for the Lucky 5. Going to be a very strong bottom lane combo, but it's going to be against a Braum Corki pair, two very highly rated champions as well, so it's going to be an interesting matchup in the bottom lane. Of course, we have Syndra versus Sarath in the middle. I believe Sarath has a range advantage, but Syndra has some great harass in her kit as well, with the top lane matchup looking like Darius versus Aurelia. Darius opting for Ignite, Aurelia taking a Teleport. We'll see how that affects that lane. Also Amumu and Maokai in the jungle for these two teams respectively. And with that, we will be hitting the spectator delay period. So I'm going to take a brief absence here, but stay tuned. We are heading into the semi-finals matchup between the Lucky 5 on the blue side and Team Kugang on the purple side. just in time here. Looking like we have mainly diamond trims coming out from the pro side once again, with that one platinum trim on Mitchersaurus, as well as three. Make that 4 platinum trims coming out from the blue side and 1 diamond trim. Though I believe we saw mostly diamond and a Masters tier summoner on their team, Mikasa Kimisama, making her way into the Masters tier. Apparently after the season ended, there will be no Masters trim in this matchup. My mouse just converted. Believe we should be loading onto the Rift momentarily, seeing everybody sitting at 100%, but I do not yet hear the sounds of the Rift. Hopefully we don't have another huge delay. No, we'll be in at the 10-second mark. This is the fastest load we've had all night. Maybe my computer is finally realizing it's time to stream. And we are into the semi-finals, so not a bad time for it to come back up to par. Hopefully it sticks with us for the finals as well. Everybody has purchased their items, and I'm going to quickly reorder this scoreboard. Alright, scoreboard now organized. Looks like we have purple side setting up for an early invade here, making their way into the Dragon Pit. Indeed, we've seen all 3 matches start with somebody in the Dragon Pit. Bit of a new style of invade, potentially. Blitzcrank getting a ward into the blue buff pit of the purple team. Again, guys, this is Team the Lucky 5 on the blue side with Team Kugang on the purple side. I'm also seeing a few little visual hiccups here. Hopefully things aren't going to go crazy on me. I think we're okay, though. Again, guys, round 3. The semi-finals of play. Team Lucky 5 on the blue side. Team Kugang on the purple side. We saw a little bit of level 1 of pre-buff shenanigans come out. Blitzcrank went for a deep ward, but despite having that grab to steal away the blue buff, they appear to be setting up for a little bit of a safer play. Also interesting to note that Amumu will be starting in the bottom half of the jungle, being as blue dependent as he is. Aurelia has also just recalled from the purple side upper jungle. 10 seconds until buffs look like they might go for the invade. Blitzcrank making his way onto the purple half of the map. A ward has come out from the Maokai, though, and the ward from Blitzcrank having just expired. Brahmin Corki will no longer be seeing the Sentinel onto the map, quickly taking damage here. Interesting to note that the purple side is starting here on their largest creep camp, starting with that blue buff, as opposed to the Gromp camp beside it, where we see some of the higher tier teams choose to start from. In the bottom, looks like Amumu has started on his red buff as well. Blitzcrank and Jinx are into the bottom lane. Corki and Braum into the bottom lane as well. The farm fest has begun. Looks like Syndra has picked up a slight advantage in this early portion of the game. Serath will be playing from a little bit behind. As that second wave gets there, it looks like Syndra has picked up a has picked up her 7th CS, while Serath has just finished off his first minion wave, missing potentially 1 CS. It picks up more minions as they come in. Looking like Blitzcrank and Jinx are playing things fairly safe in the ball lane. Braum looking for a play here. Corki has a slight advantage, though he has just reached level 2. When I say advantage, I mean as far as poke kit and range are concerned, but at level 2 it's not a huge advantage. Waiting for level 3 for an all-in attempt potentially. Of course, as I say that, we are seeing them go for a slight engage. Braum taking a bit of a punishment for it, though. But Syndra is playing this very aggressively. Maokai is going to be on his Raptor camp here. May come for the first gank into the mid lane with Syndra extended as far as she is, but it looks like he is going to be forced to recall here. Again, guys, we are into the semi-finals of tonight's tournament, and this is a not-so-stock gaming open bracket tournament. The teams participating currently are the Lucky 5 on the blue side, and it seems like Darius may end up getting lucky here, indeed picking up first blood in the top lane against Aurelia. That was a great play by Lucky 5's top laner, picking their team up first blood, picking up the first kill of the game, his first kill, everybody's first kill, and Aurelia goes down. Jinx looking for poke against the Braum. Braum looking for poke back against the Aurelia. Will connect onto Blitzcrank. Corki not quite able to do the damage he was looking for. Blitzcrank lands a grab onto the Braum, but Braum stand behind me back onto the Corki. Indeed, this may be a slightly difficult lane for the Corki Braum pair. That grab from the Blitzcrank, even at this level of play, can be quite dangerous. Taking a look down the scoreboard, though, as I say, that Corki does have an advantage over Jinx still, with about 6 farm in the lead. Sorry, he is about 6 farm in the lead. Looking like both Jinx and Corki managed to last hit the siege. There, Blitzcrank lands a grab onto Braum. Braum going to be punished here as he eats the chompers as well. Corki also stepping onto a chomper here will not get punished quite as heavily for it, though the stun coming up from the center, not quite able to connect onto Serath, but he takes a fair amount of damage, misses his poke. She gets a little bit more here. The stun this time connects. Apologies, maybe that wasn't the stun coming up the first time, but her throw. Seeing Corki and Braum level up in the bottom lane. Also Jinx and Blitzcrank leveling up. We're going to see level 4s across the board. Looking like junglers are just keeping pace with the bottom lane, while top and mid have reached level 5 at this point. Looking for level 6 to come out in the solo lanes soon. Maokai looking for a gank in the top lane. Darius could be in trouble. Has been slowed by the south lane. Maokai looking to stay onto him. Darius will go down. Now a 1-for-1 kill score. Both of those kills being exerted into the top lane. Grab comes out from Blitzcrank. Braum down to about 100 feet. The heal comes out from Corki, trying to keep him alive. The Valkyrie comes through, but Exhaust comes out onto Corki as well. Braum stands behind me on the Corki. Jinx going down to 200 HP will utilize her heal as well. Seeing some huge plays in the bottom lane. Blitzcrank out of mana. Jinx fairly low in mana as well. Braum and Corki fairly low in HP, both with a little bit of mana though. Neither side willing to exit the lane here, really concede any kind of farm if possible. However, Jinx is still down about 6 farm under the Corki. Braum staying fairly far out in this lane, playing fairly aggressive. Looking like Serath was looking for roam into the bottom lane, but opts to head back up into the mid. Maokai also looking to defend the mid lane. Could see some action against her. She has been pinged up, but makes her way onto her side of the map. Serath and Maokai not quite able to engage that fight. The Braum and Corki getting a little bit more healthy here. Push minions towards the Jinx and Blitzcrank's turret. Will begin to recall while Jinx and Blitz continue to farm. Believe Jinx may be able to even things out here. She can clear out both of these waves, or at least this wave and recall. We'll get a little bit closer, seeing her once again sitting down about 6 farm, where she was down almost 10 a moment ago. Seeing her continue to farm here will indeed pick up at least evening things out here, if not picking up an advantage. Seeing her down now 1 CS, though Corki and Braum are heading back into lane. She's going to be forced to recall here, meaning he will be free to get as much farm as possible while she makes her way back into the lane. Again, we'll see Corki picking up a slight advantage into the bottom lane, though both laners have been fairly close so far. Again, both kills that have occurred have happened into the top lane. We're seeing roughly a 500 gold lead for Team Lucky 5. Apologize, I'm having trouble with the team names this evening. Maokai will recall after finishing off the Gromp camp. Corki and Braum still alone in the bottom lane. Jinx and Blitzcrank reaching the mid-tier turret will be out 7 more seconds until they reach lane. Corki only managing to pick up 1 wave worth of CS. Jinx will make her way back in, potentially evening things back out fairly quickly, as there are 2 waves of minions sitting in her lane currently. Amumu has also re-engaged onto his red buff while Syndra looks for more harassment onto Serath. Seeing her set up about 20 farm over Serath is fairly impressive at this point in the matchup. Syndra has been exerting huge pressure all match into the mid lane. Looking for Maokai to force her off of those engagements, or Serath to start landing a little bit more harassment. However, gets stunned out down to half. She lands a stun back onto her, gets his poke, but it only costs her about 200 health. Another poke coming in from the Serath, down to about down a quarter of her HP. Exactly what he needs to do there. Darius going to come in against the Aurelia. Aurelia gets a stun onto Darius. Ignite comes out onto... I apologize, Ignite has not come out. Now Ignite comes out and Darius picks up the kill. Maokai coming in a little bit late will be able to hold that lane as Darius makes his way back towards the turret, but I believe Darius will be beginning to recall here. Maokai will have no one to contest against, pick up a little bit of farm, potentially maybe a little bit of pressure against that top lane outer turret, though his Krug camp is available. Looks like he will fall off and head for the Crumps. Krug. Krug, Gromp, Grug. The new names. The previous Golem camp, now known as the Krug camp. I apologize for any confusion there, guys. Blitzcrank looking for a play in the ball lane while Braum and Corki continue to try and farm. Jinx, however, has caught up and maintained evenness with the Corki. Blitzcrank also has 14 farm and a Relic Shield opposed to Braum's 9 farm. With the Relic Shield, not quite sure exactly how those gold scores are working. There's going to be action into the mid lane. Maokai, with his first truly successful gank there, picks up the kill onto Syndra. Taking a look down the scoreboard here at the goal scores, we are seeing Jinx actually up about 50 farm over Corki, seeing Blitzcrank up a solid 500, I apologize, not farm, but gold. And Blitzcrank up about a solid 500 gold over Braum. Again, guys, this is a semi-finals matchup. Watching Team Lucky 5 on the blue side with Ku Gang on the purple side. Darius lands another pull onto the Aurelia, and she's down to just below half HP while he is still fairly healthy and fairly full of mana. He is sitting 2-1 and 1 CS above Aurelia, who is 1-2. He's been doing very well so far in this match, keeping Aurelia in her place. Of course, Aurelia is one of those very strong, very hard to deal with snowball champions, so seeing her a little bit behind right now means Darius is performing fairly well. Maokai making his way into the bottom half of the map here. Will have a gank and a counter gank. Mumu already into the bottom lane. Maokai chooses to engage onto the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank into the threat because shield has been activated. They're going to re-engage onto the Mumu. Blitzcrank, however, has gone down. Braum getting fairly low here. Sarath making his way in the bottom lane. Poke coming through onto the Mumu. A little bit more poke. The ultimate comes up from Sarath. It will connect, and the Mumu goes down. Jinx also going down there. I believe Corki, yes, Corki picks up that kill. The ultimate from Sarath doing most of the damage though, and Braum somehow stays alive. Has about 100 HP, begins to recall from the bottom lane bush. Syndra, however, engages onto Corki. Her team not even responding as Corki goes down instantly to the Syndra ult. Corki calls Syndra a ninja in the Twitch chat. I mean, the all chat in my screen, not Twitch. I'm calling everything wrong tonight, apparently. Gonna try and get us back into this game, do a little bit better a job announcing. This is the semi-finals. These guys deserve a little bit more hype, a little bit more adequacy than I've been providing them this evening. Darius has come back in on Aurelia. Aurelia, I believe, has her ultimate activated against him. Health potion taking away, making her a little bit more healthy. Grab comes out from the Blitzcrank. Her shield coming out from Braum. Jinx has a little bit of poke onto him as well here, looking for a knockout coming in from the Blitzcrank, though it may have already gone through. Braum hammering away onto Blitzcrank. The choppers come out, actually connect as Corki Valkyries in. Syndra looking for damage against the Sarath is fairly successful, chunking him down. Darius now 1 versus 2. Darius down to about 300 HP. Maokai not quite able to get ready. Another Blitzcrank grab comes out, and Corki is down to 200 HP. Jinx continuing the engagement here. Blitzcrank going full ham on Corki, will not finish that off though as Corki gets back into turret range. Jinx and Blitzcrank content to force them out of lane potentially, but Corki will not be forced out, at least not quite yet. Seeing him staying to defend the turret, pick up as much farm as he can. Jinx going to attempt to poke him down, but Braum will do everything he can to block those skill shots coming through. Corki will be fairly successful, quickly clearing out that minion. I believe they will recall here, or actually stay in the lane, knowing that Jinx and Blitzcrank can quickly push minions back onto the turret. Their Corki could get grabbed in by the Blitzcrank. The minions are past them. This poke comes out from the Jinx, connects onto Braum. Corki just narrowly avoiding it once again. Taking a look at the scoreboard here, we have a 5-4 kill score in favor of Team Ku Gang, an 18.3 to 18.2k gold score, so a 100 gold difference between these two teams, and no turrets have yet been removed, as well as I believe no dragons going down yet. We are at the 13.5 minute mark in this game. It has been fairly close so far. Jinx and Blitzcrank looking to continue pushing into the ball, and Maokai making his way towards the mid lane here as Syndra looks for additional pressure. Not quite sure where Sarath is. Looking at the map, Sarath's in the bottom lane looking for some damage. Come on, damage. Blitzcrank going up the river potentially for a ward here. Mumu making his way into the river as well, looking to make his way onto the bottom half of the map. No, Blitzcrank going for a deep ward onto the the purple side blue buff. MIA ping coming out as well as here ping is coming out from both teams. Aurelia and Darius have her completely oblivious, duking it out in the top lane. Hero ping coming out from somebody there. I believe that was the blue side. Maokai has been set out. Mumu getting fairly low here. Braum gets a little bit more poke. The ultimate comes out from the Mumu, but not quite enough to stop the advance from the purple side. They pick up their 6th kill of the game, while Mumu tries to to counter jungle the purple side blue. Syndra now looking to avenge the Amumu's death, will be coming in against the Maokai and Sarath as they continue on to the blue buff. Or blue camp, I should say. However, it's now going to be a 4 versus 1 fight. Should she stay or get caught out? Blitzcrank has left, is in the river heading towards the bottom lane. 4 members of Kugang will be required to finish off that blue. However, it does go on to its intended target, Sarath, heading back to lane with his cooldown reduction and mana regen. Going to see the first turret of the game. We're going to hear Syndra back in the pro side jungle. Will pick up the kill on her, but it will cost her her life. Potentially a strong play, but potentially a misplay as well there. Support for mid laner is not the greatest trade. Again, guys, Jinx was successful taking down the first turret of the game just before that play. So we are now seeing a 1-4-0 turret score in favor of Team Lucky 5. Ignite comes out from the Darius, but he is not able to dunk the Riven. I shouldn't say that before I see him flash into her, because he dunks the Riven. Now a 6-4-7 kill score. That kill from the Darius onto Riven, almost evening things out once again, has actually given them a gold advantage in conjunction with the turret that Jinx was able to take down in the bottom lane. Braum uses Weaver, clears out the Tribush on the pro side of the map. They do not spot out any wards though. The only blue side ward placed a little bit deeper into the purple side jungle, sitting near their Krug camp. I apologize, their Gromp camp. Blitzcrank picking up a little bit of gold for both himself and Jinx in the bottom lane. Jinx quickly clears out the remaining minions. Looks like they may be going for a little bit of roam into the mid lane or setting up for an early, or not so early, as we are after the 15-minute mark of this game, Dragon. Jinx and Blitz, however, returning back into the bottom lane. Looks like Darius and Amumu are in the upper half of the jungle. Amumu finishing off the Gromp camp for himself, while Darius heads up into the top lane looking to duke it out with the Aurelia. Seeing Aurelia of 10 farm over Darius. He is, however, 3-1-0. All 3 of those kills, I believe, being exerted onto Aurelia. We have Maokai looking for a gank in the middle, and Aurelia roaming down into the mid lane as well. Syndra, I believe, is aware that she could be in trouble there. Amumu and Blitzcrank heading up to the mid lane. Vision Ward looking at Blitzcrank, looking for a play against the Maokai here. Gets the knock-up. Bandit shots comes in from the Amumu. The ultimate comes out from Amumu as well. The grab comes through from somebody. Did the grab come out from the Blitzcrank? I thought it was coming through, but didn't think I saw it. He all came through as well, but he will go down despite picking up the kill onto Maokai, or somebody, I should say, picking up the kill onto Maokai. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Team Kugang respond fairly quickly to the ambush set up by Team Lucky 5. We see a sweeper come out from Kugang into the Dragon Pit as they set up for the first dragon of the game. Purple side pink comes out around the Dragon Pit. It appears that Lucky 5 may not be aware that this dragon is happening. A teleport comes in. Goes out from the Dragon Pit as Aurelia teleports back up to the top lane, trying to contest this turret. Darius looking to try and finish off Aurelia despite being under the turret. The turret will go down, and he will go full ham on the Aurelia. He pulls her back in, does not have his Ignite available this time, though. Aurelia is empowered by the red buff. She could potentially slow him down and make some jukes. She has about 400 HP remaining, is ticking down to his degen effect. Sapling coming out from the Maokai. Darius will fall off of that pursuit. No, simply wrap around the long way, comes back in. Re-engages against Maokai. Maokai down to almost half HP after a few hits from the Darius. Darius also down to half HP here, though he did not start anywhere near full. Takes a sapling from the Maokai. Sapling having sat there for quite some time and face tanked an entire minion wave. There are now 4 members of Team Kugang heading up into the top lane. I believe Darius thinks that play quite successful. He's distracted nearly the entire purple team. Of course, Corgi has split push into the bottom lane, looking to test against the Blitzcrank Jinx pair. Blitzcrank, of course, looking for a play against Corgi, having just spotted him out. Will not continue that engagement, though. Again, guys, we are in the semi-finals of tonight's event. We have a Team Truly Lucky 5. I apologize, Team Lucky 5. I've been stumbling over the name all night, and I do apologize to the blue side. Facing off against Team Ku Gang on the purple side. We also have two other teams still playing in our semi-finals games. I'm going to check on the names of those teams. I apologize, that matchup has concluded by me. Wow Eugene has emerged victorious over Claudius is a Girl. By me, Wow Eugene, waiting for the matchup we have on the stream to conclude for their finals opponents to be available, while Claudius is a Girl is waiting in the bronze match for the losers of the matchup we have on the stream currently. And while I was going over that, Aurelia went down, I believe, to the Darius. Seeing Darius sitting 4-1, he did indeed pick up another kill onto the Aurelia, but he is not quite able to dunk the Maokai. Sends a few basketballs spiraling around it, but it's going to cost Darius his life in the top lane. Syndra looking to counter jungle a red buff here, I believe. May simply be waiting out in the camp, but I believe she did just take that down. Jinx and Blitzcrank looking to counter jungle the blue buff, while Braum and Corki potentially set up either to defend that or take it. I'm not quite sure how that got initiated. Amu making his way back around here will start to reinitiate onto the blue camp of the purple side. Syndra making her way onto the bottom half of now. Going to be a 4 versus 2 fight. 4 versus 3, 4 versus 5 as all members of Ku Gang respond into this play. Braum, however, will quickly go down. No, has 200 HP remaining. Gets the ultimate onto Blitzcrank and Amumu. Braum back up to 400 as a heal, I believe, comes out from the Corki. Blitzcrank going to go down there. Blitzcrank goes down to the Corki. Amumu now being chased down by Aurelia and the Maokai. Aurelia will reconnect. Corki reconnects. Amumu will go down as Corki picks up a double kill. We are seeing Team Ku Gang look to come back from behind here, despite them being 12-8. They are still down. 12-8 in kills. They are down 3 turrets, which translates to roughly an 800 gold deficit for the purple side. Again, guys, we've seen the first 3 turrets of the game go over to Team Lucky 5, while 12 kills to 8 have gone in favor of Team Ku Gang. Looking at the gold score, things are fairly close. I believe the first dragon has also gone over to Team Ku Gang, giving them a slight buff. Corki gets a little bit of pressure into the bottom lane, but as Jinx and Blitzcrank respond against the turret, Corki will begin to recall. Looks like he is going to be safe doing so. Blitzcrank not entering the bush to contest that. Darius back into the top lane. Only Aurelia there to contest him. We've seen him reliably take down the Aurelia, but if any members from the purple side do decide to respond into the top lane, it may be a little bit too much for him to handle. And indeed, Maokai making his way up into the top lane here. Darius seems to know that somebody is going to be coming for him soon. Makes the way back to the purple side. Tribush now back into the jungle of the purple lane. Looks to engage potentially against the Maokai. Has been pinged out. Believe they have a ward in the bush. He's standing in another purple side ping coming out directly where the Darius is. Maokai and Sarath looking to engage us while Aurelia defends the top lane and turret. Darius is attempting to steal the red buff from the purple team, and he was standing under a red side ward. The buff will, however, go down to the Maokai as he comes in with Smite. Braum looking to engage against the Darius, throws his poke, but I don't believe that connected sweeper coming out from Braum. They're going to clear out the ward placed into the red pit by the blue team. Team Lucky 5 looking to get the pressure into the mid lane, have 4 of their team members there, while Jinx is responding to pressure in the bottom lane, looking for their 4th turret of the game here. Potentially Maokai coming in against the Blitzcrank. Darius being engaged onto by the Aurelia, poking through from the Sarath as well. The grab comes out for Blitzcrank, but does not connect. A slap coming out from Maokai. Looks like blue team will fall off of their mid lane siege. Maokai opting to take down his Wraith Camp here while blue team continues to try and get a little bit more pressure into the mid lane. We have all 5 team members from Ku Gang looking to defend this mid lane inner turret. All 5 members from Team Lucky 5 now entering the mid lane as well. Going to see a 5-for-5 siege in the mid lane. Darius potentially getting caught out here by the Braum. Braum potentially overextending, though. Going to see exactly how this gets engaged. Seeing a purple side ward getting taken down, and by the blue side, no, only one auto attack coming out onto that ward. All 5 members of Team Kugang continuing down the mid lane, while blue side disperses slightly into the red side jungle. Looks like they could set up for a dragon play here, a fight into the river. Purple side has a good pressure to the mid lane outer turret of Team Lucky 5. They've been spotted out. No, just a sapling coming in. They did not know. They did not have vision in that bush. We're going to see Team Lucky 5 coming in behind Team Kugang. A little bit of a pincer maneuver against their turret. The other comes out from the Amumu. For the team fight to continue, Rally going to be the first summoner to go down. Looking like Amumu has gone a little bit low. All summoners from Lucky 5 a little bit low. Blitzcrank flashing in, takes a bit of poke coming in from the Sroth. Blitzcrank will go down to the Corki. A little bit of an overextending there. Potentially Corki picks up the double kill as Darius also goes down. Braum, however, will go down as well. Going to be a 2-for-2 trade so far. Amumu bandage tosses back in, gets the flash out of the Corki. Jinx forced out of the fight as she gets extremely low with exhaust onto the Syndra, and Sroth picks up that kill. Still 2 members of a Team Kugang available to siege down into the mid lane. Make that a 3rd member wrapping around into the jungle as Sroth picks up the double kill on Amumu. A little bit of ninja poke coming through there for that one. The Corki and Maokai will be successful taking down their first turret of the game. It's going to be the mid lane outer turret being sieged down by Team Kugang. And they set up, I believe, for their 2nd dragon here. Indeed, seeing 1 stack of dragon currently on them. This will be their 2nd dragon of the match. Looks like things are getting reset on the map here. Blue side realizing that dragon has been taken again, though I believe Blitzcrank was aware of that dragon going down, or blue side in general, I should say, would have been aware of that dragon going down. Kugang looking for a little bit of pressure into the middle. They have been successful taking down that mid lane outer turret. Looking for some more turrets to go down in their favor. They are up about 1,000 gold. They're up 6 kills as well. Those kills as well as those 2 dragons working in their favor. The dragon giving them the global buff. All those kills are giving them a little bit of a gold advantage. Looks like Lucky 5 will once again counter jungle against Team Kugang. They will succeed taking the blue buff. It goes over onto the Syndra as well. So a great play by Lucky 5 right there. Blitzcrank throwing a grab, not having a champion to connect with. I think he was connecting onto minions. Darius looking to go a little bit ham here. Braum trying to defend Sroth. Also Corki coming in. Darius getting chunked down very quickly. However, Sroth goes down as Amumu comes in a little bit late. Darius not quite dead yet. Will go down there as Corki finishes things off. Thought he went down before the Sroth did, but that was a quite impressive longevity coming through from Darius. 3 members of Kugang choosing to make their way after the remaining members of Team Lucky 5. A bit of poke coming through from the Corki, not quite able to slow down the members of Lucky 5. Lucky 5 looking to re-wrap around. It's going to be a 4 versus 3. No, 4 versus 4 fight. Maokai is in the wing, able to engage this. Looking as Aurelia will choose to recall from lane. She is fairly low in mana. Amumu and Blitzcrank looking to engage as Blitzcrank looking to disengage this, so he will get slowed by the Braum. Chompers come out. Braum narrowly avoids them. Aurelia looking to continue the engagement. Jumps onto a minion. Jumps onto the Syndra, but gets stunned down by the Syndra. Syndra gets stunned as well. Blitzcrank knocks up the Aurelia. Aurelia down to half HP. However, the Maokai is sticking to Syndra. Braum getting very, very low. Corki at full HP though begins to focus down onto the Jinx. Valkyries after the Jinx. Jinx taking a huge pressure from the Corki. Focusing onto the support was a huge mistake in that fight. She did pick up a kill, but it left Corki fully healthy and available to do what he just did. Amumu down to about 100 HP, and blue side will lose their top lane turret to minion pressure. Corki picks up, no, Sroth picks up the kill on Amumu, both of them throwing poke over the wall, getting a little bit lucky picking up that kill there. Seeing now a 20-13 kill score in favor of Team Kugang, while Team Lucky 5 is still 3 turrets to 2. They were previously 3 turrets to 0. They now have a 2,500 gold deficiency under Team Kugang. We'll see, of course, if Team Kugang can continue to grow that gold lead, capitalize on their advantage here. or if Lucky 5 will turn things around. Again, guys, this is the semi-finals matchup in Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament between Lucky 5 on the blue side and Koo Gang on the purple side. Apologize for my silencer, guys, just looking through the brackets, making sure everything is up to date. Of course, it looks good. Secondary tournament is progressing, I'd say, on par. With that other semifinals matchup already concluding, that team is waiting in the final slot, as well as the other team waiting in the bronze slot for the matchup we have on the stream to conclude. We're about 30 minutes into this game with that 22-13 kill score, 3-2 turret score. Both those going in the opposite directions. Team Koo Gang does have roughly a 2,500 gold advantage, so a fairly close game so far. Mumu engaging against Aurelia. Darius coming in from the side, not quite able to land his hook. Aurelia will escape that with her life and careful pings, as well as go-to pings coming out all over the purple side of the jungle. Syndra coming in, Jinx and Blitzcrank coming in as well. It's going to be 5 members of Team Lucky 5 in the bottom half of the map in the river. They have spotted out Corki in the mid lane. Darius and Mumu will be spotted out here. Corki looking to exit the lane as quickly as he can. Throws a little bit of poke back onto the Darius. Maokai and Braum entering the mid lane as well. Aurelia making her way out from the base. Sarath looking to make his way back into the mid lane as well here. Going to have a little bit more 5 versus 5 situations emerging potentially. Blitzcrank cleaning out a vision ward in the pixel bush by Baron. And was at the 30-minute mark in the game. I'm suspecting one of these teams with the next one team fight could be setting up for a Baron play to try and get themselves a few more turrets. Of course, as I say, team fight 1 will break out. Blitzcrank has been locked down, and he will go down to a 5-man engage from Team Koo Gang. Dragon on the map in about 5 seconds. Of course, is that after a successful fight, they'd likely go for Baron, but with the timing on a Dragon and only getting 1 kill there, they're going to be setting up for a 3rd Dragon of the game for their team. Of course, there are still 4 members of a Team Lucky 5 to contest. They will not get into range in time to do so. They will, however, get into range. Braum chooses to re-engage. Syndra has been exhausted, has been slowed down by the Braum as well. Corki, Valkyrie is over the wall. Syndra uses her ultimate. The Braum will go down. And 2 of the ultimate coming out from the Sarath is enough to finish off the Syndra as that connects. Ultimate coming out from the Cork as well. Jinx taking huge amounts of poke here. Darius is 1 versus 2. Looking to re-engage, though. Continue the fight. Darius taking huge amounts of damage. Tries to dunk the Darius. Sorry, tries to dunk the Aurelia. Will dunk the Aurelia. Mumu will get very low. Will go down. Darius also going down. It's going to be a 3-for-3 exchange. Jinx and Blitzcrank now facing off against the Sarath and the Maokai. Going to see Jinx begin to recall. Blitzcrank try and stay out with the turret, keep things alive. Sarath and Maokai will both fall off of the engagement, though. Also taking a look at the map, we're seeing purple side with vision control all over their side of the jungle, though not very many wards placed onto the blue side of the map. Taking a look at the blue side wards, they have 1 ward in their jungle, as well as 3 in the upper half of the purple side jungle, including the 1 in the pixel bush. So not a huge amount of vision control being exerted here by Team Lucky 5. Blue buff going down to the Sarath. He will begin to recall, make a quick purchase, and make his way back out onto the map here. Again, taking a look down the scoreboard, seeing Sarath and Syndra very even as far as their farm and their kill score is concerned. A 2-kill difference between those 2 champions. Taking a look into the top lane, looks like Aurelia has a slight farm lead over the Darius, so he has a 2-kill lead over her. Seeing the bottom lane, where Corki has 9, 2, and 8 as his kill score, compared to Jinx's 2-3-3, he is definitely up in kills, but taking a look at her farm, she has roughly a 50 farm advantage over the Corki. That should translate to a fairly even gold score, though, as I open the gold tab, seeing her down about 1,000 gold under the Corki. And then we're looking to clear out the Scuttle Crab here, while the remainder while 3 members of Purple Team, not the remainder of his team, the enemy team of the Amumu, actually setting up for their first Baron of the game here. And 33 minutes in, it is high time. Somebody tries to take a Baron. Baron down a quarter of its HP. Corki coming in to assist in the damage. Syndra and Blitzcrank are in range to contest. They have spotted out this Baron play. Baron down to half HP. The Scuttle Crab being engaged onto by the Blitzcrank. Maokai looking to engage onto Blitzcrank as well as the Syndra potentially. Baron down to a quarter of its HP. Darius and Blitzcrank as well as Syndra will come in, but Maokai manages the smite. It's going to be a successful Baron play for the Purple Team. Syndra, however, picks up a double kill. Darius gets the pull onto Maokai. Maokai will go down as well. Jinx picking up that kill. Pro side ping is coming out around the red pit, but Corki is going to continue back onto his side of the map. That was actually a double kill, seeing 4 members of the Purple Team pay with their life for that Baron play. Blitzcrank now face tanking a turret, looking for a Corki kill here. Will get the knock up, and that will be the ace. Jinx now taking the turret, so we'll quickly get out of range of the turret and re-engage onto the turret, looking for their first inner turret of the game. They're now sitting at 4-2 turret score. 1 second for Braum. Braum back onto the map. There's 5 members of the team engaging onto the next, the inhibitor turret. Looking for the inhibitor as well. 1 second for the Serath. Serath back onto the map, but the inhibitor has gone down, and Lucky 5 will be exiting the Purple Team base without losing a single member. That was a huge play for Lucky 5. They weren't quite able to steal the Baron from Team Kugang, so the Baron did go over to Kugang, but all 5 of Kugang members lost their lives in that play, which is a huge problem after taking Baron. You have just lost your Baron buff, and it did result in not only the inner, but the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor itself going down in favor of Lucky 5. They have now picked up a gold advantage. They were previously down 2,000 to 3,000 gold. They are now up about 1,000 gold over Kugang, so they just scored themselves about 4,000 gold in that play, despite Team Kugang taking down the Baron, getting a little bit of gold for themselves, so it's an even larger score there. Apologize for that, guys. Going to get off of my tangent, seeing Maokai make his way up into the top half of the map, clears out the ward, placed down by the blue team, but Darius knows Maokai is coming. Maokai was not aware of the Darius. Darius set up the ambush, pulls the Maokai back in. Maokai down to half HP, seeing Syndra come in the stun, and her ultimate comes through. Serath and Braum as well as Corki now in range onto the Darius. Blitzcrank lands the pull. It's going to be onto Braum. It will cost Braum his life unless somebody can come over that wall or get him back over the wall. Indeed, no, Braum flashes out at the very last second. Aurelia coming back in full ham. Corki Valkyries over the wall. Braum, for one reason or another, with 100 HP, comes back in, costs himself his life. Amumu going full ham. The Super Mega Death Rock himself, but does not connect for the Jinx. Jinx taking huge for the heal comes out from the Jinx. Jinx has gone down. Amumu goes down. Blitzcrank all by himself now, seeing Syndra make her way back towards the turret, trying to prevent the ace from occurring here. And a teleport will come out from the onto the top lane inner turret, where a huge wave of minions is exerting itself against the turret. That was a great play by Team Kugang. They are now back in the lead as far as gold is concerned. They are still down 4 turrets, but up 5 kills. Looking to see what the next play here is. Of course, Kugang will be looking to get a little bit of pressure relieved from their mid lane, with Team Lucky 5 spawning super minions currently. But I'm not quite sure after that what they're going to do to try and win this game, as close as it's been. Kugang, I believe, has 3 dragons to Lucky 5-0, so if they can pick up the 4th and 5th dragon, they could likely come out on top, but they have lost that mid lane inhibitor. 4th dragon back up on the map, has been pinged out by the team, but Braum is in range looking to engage it. Maokai coming in as well. Serath being forced back out of the mid lane by Darius and Syndra. Blitzcrank making his way towards the dragon here. There are so many wards placed down by the purple team. Blitzcrank spots out the vision, where the vision ward, I believe, will be successfully cleared. This could be the first dragon going over to Team Lucky 5. Maokai and Braum on their sentinel right now. Serath coming in as well as the Aurelia. I'm not quite sure they can get in range in time to stop this dragon play, seeing Blitzcrank look to stop them from even trying. Nobody from blue team has engaged onto the dragon pit quite yet. No, they have pulled out the dragon. Amumu is taking Blitzcrank in the wing. We have 3 members of Team Kugang looking to contest as the 4th member is in range. Corki coming in as the 5th member a little bit late is now in range as well. Going to be a 5-for-5 fight around the dragon pit. Neither team really wanting to let dragon go down here. apologize, guys. I just accidentally exited my Twitch window, so you're talking to me. I did just miss it. However, ProSide falls off of their engagement here. They do have that mid lane here, and they can't stay in the jungle around the Dragon Pit forever. They were forced to respond into the mid lane. That's going to cost them a dragon here, so it's going to be a 3-for-1 dragon score. Of course, they have picked up the first 3 dragons in the game, so losing one, not the end of the world, but does prevent them from getting a little bit closer to their 5th stack, and I believe their intended win condition. Ping coming from the side into the top lane. They do have a rather large wave of minions. Looking like Syndra will be responding to that, though should be fairly effective in clearing out the pressure. 4 members of Kugang still stuck in the mid lane, clearing out the pressure from the super minions spawning against them. Looking like Braum has responded into the bottom lane, where Darius and Amumu are looking for pressure in that lane as well. Super comes out from the Sroth. He will clear out a sight ward placed down by the blue team. Aurelia looking for an engagement here. I wouldn't be surprised if Darius turned around, but it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Amumu's been caught out, but Darius pulls the pull. Aurelia has fallen off the fight, but Amumu comes back in the bandage toss, and then the ultimate only connects onto Aurelia. That will cost him and Darius both their lives. Ultimate comes out from the Ross. He gets 2 hits on the Jinx, taking away 3/4 of her HP with his ultimate alone. That is a huge amount of damage coming through from Serath at this point in the game. Of course, 40 minutes into the game, I expect huge amounts of damage from all of those carries. Seeing that bottom lane outer turret finally go down, we are seeing now a 6-4-3 turret score. Kugang looking for their 4th turret here, their first inner turret of the game. The bottom lane inner turret will go down. That is going to be a successful push for Team Kugang. They are up by 7 kills, but still down by 2 turrets. Of course, 2 turrets is better than the 4 turrets. They were down only moments ago. Again, it is a 3-4-1 dragon score in favor of Kugang. They have a 30-23 kill score as well. They are, however, down 6 turrets to 4. They are up a Baron for their team. Looking at the gold score directly, it looks like they have roughly a 4,000 gold advantage over Team Lucky 5. Of course, 40 minutes in the game, 4,000 gold isn't a whole lot. A turret or an ace could quickly even things out or double their gold score, depending on which team pulls off what. When I say double their gold score, I mean gold advantage. Do apologize, guys. They can't get 67,000 gold from one play. Just doesn't happen. So the Baron is respawning onto the map here. So Blitzcrank go for a quick auto attack as it spawns back in, and it is now live. Maokai gets stunned down by the Syndra. Jinx throws and poke, but will not connect. Poking in from the Serath, not able to connect on any members of Team Lucky 5, however. Going to see a little bit of a stalemate here. The purple side mid lane inhibitor has also respawned onto the map, and there will be no more super minions into the mid lane. Kugang will be free to start trying to make some plays again. And they do have all 5 of their team members still in the mid lane. They're exerting pressure against this mid lane inner turret potentially, or looking to siege it down. At least Pokemon from this Wrath, not able to connect as Blitzcrank just managed to with all the speed that he has. Pokemon from but will connect on the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank opting not to throw his grab, knowing it would have connected onto the Braum there potentially. Sapling coming in from the Maokai. No damage coming onto any champions, but minion waves being cleared out very efficiently by both teams. Ultimate comes through from the Corki, but does not connect. Poke comes through from Jinx as well, again not connecting. All of these maximum range pokes being thrown, trying to stop any kind of engagement. Syndra using the majority of her kit there to clear out a minion wave, preventing any other members of her team from getting the creep farm. Of course, she was very effective in clearing out that wave. Going to see both Syndra and the Blitzcrank begin to recall. However, we're going to see members of Team Kugang recalling as well, knowing that the siege is more or less a stalemate. Aurelia will be relieving pressure from the top lane, while Jinx clears out the Krug camp and looks to relieve pressure from the bottom lane as well. Corki, of course, is contesting against Darius in the mid lane. Corki beginning to now recall, while his team, I apologize, not recall, make his way back to way to the turret and wait for his team before he comes back onto the map. Syndra now assisting Darius in the middle with assistance from the Blitzcrank as well. Going to be a 3 versus 3 fight potentially breaking out here. No, 4 versus 3 if it gets engaged. Braum waiting in the wing. Blitzcrank may be able to get control of this situation if he can spot that out. Of course, the Braum has up a spot, and there's going to be 4 members of Team Kugang back in the mid lane. They are not going to be able to do a whole lot here. Aurelia will be split pushing into the top lane, looking for pressure against that top lane inner turret. We have 5 members of Team Lucky 5 now into the mid lane. Going to be a 5 versus 4 fight here, or a 5 versus 4 no engage, as it's been for the last couple minutes. Jinx throwing the rocket launcher at those minions, getting a little bit of damage against the Maokai. Some poke coming out from the center, not able to connect, but Jinx does connect the poke onto Maokai. He gets slowed down a tiny bit, but they will not choose to engage this. Mass Sapling going out over the wall. Braum not spot out here. Dragon back up in about 30 seconds. Purple side seems to have control of the Dragon Pit, or is looking to gain control of the Dragon Pit. Sapling comes through over the wall, well, into the opening between the wall, trying to prevent blue team from engaging into the dragon or into the river here. 13 seconds still remaining until dragon is onto the map. Seeing purple side over this extremely early, giving away their play potentially, but Baron is also on the map. Seems like blue side is like, you guys are going for dragon, we're going for Baron. Purple side will fall off of that dragon initiative as it actually comes back onto the map. Blue side appears to not want to engage onto Baron with all 5 members of Kugang still alive. Again, guys, we have the lucky 5 on the blue side with Kugang on the purple side. We are in the semi-finals of tonight's tournament. The finals matchup will be ready to go as soon as this match concludes, as our other semi-finals matchup concluded quite some time ago. Taking a little bit of poke there, but she has a Guardian Angel. Even if she does take too much damage, Guardian Angel at this point in the game is definitely a strong item. Of course, she is the only summoner who has opted for one. Would like to see that coming out onto either the Corki or the Jinx next, potentially. And Kugang finally sets up for the Dragon play. Blue side pings out the Baron. Once again, they will set up for a Baron play, going to be contested by members of Kugang. Aurelia remains on the Dragon play while 4 members of Kugang make their way up towards the Baron. Baron loses a quarter. The ultimate coming out from this Wrath, doing huge amounts of damage in 1 hit to the Amumu, making that 2 hits to the Amumu. Amumu sitting with about 4 HP. The ultimate comes out from Rom, catches out 2 members of Team Lucky 5. We're going to see Amumu utilize his ultimate, manage to stay alive a little bit longer, but he will go down. Maokai and Braum also down, as well as the Darius. Blitzcrank will not go down quite yet, but Syndra will going to be a double kill for the Sarath. Aurelia coming in a little bit late. Blitzcrank being chased down by the Corki, looking for the ace, but Blitzcrank will remain alive. Going to see Corki make his way towards the middle here. Valkyries to avoid taking too many turret hits. Sarath quickly clears out the blue side minion wave in the mid lane. Corki and Sarath looking for that mid lane inner turret for their team. Really looking to relieve pressure from the top and has a fairly large wave pressuring against them. Going to see that that inner turret go down extremely quickly to the pressure coming in from the Corki. And Sarath looking for the inhibitor turret as well here, potentially. 20 seconds till the move, 25 for Darius, even longer for Syndra and the Jinx. The inhibitor turret will go down. Blitzcrank not able to make a play there. It's extremely unfortunate. Poke coming in from the Sarath towards the Blitzcrank, but the inhibitor will go down. Blitzcrank again not able to defend it. Apologize for my silencer, guys. Just checking on the status of the last 2 round 1 games in the secondary tournament, as it's been roughly an hour since that would have been released, about 50 minutes into this game, and it took us 5-10 minutes to get through champion selection and stuff. And this game would have been starting up around the same time as the secondary bracket tournament was released, so just looking to see how far in those last 2 matches are, as the first 2 matches that concluded were fairly quick in that event. Again, we had last minute registration and Rexy.com, both emerging victorious from their round 1 quarterfinals game in the secondary event tonight. Waiting on reports from the Gilded Walk and Chaos Esports, as well as Calvin Trolls versus Team Siren. Looking like Team Kugang could be setting up for some Baron plays here. They've cleared out vision from the Lucky 5, but they have not exerted vision control around that Baron pit. So it would be a fairly risky Baron for either team should they choose to engage a bit. Lucky 5 choosing to go a little bit hammer, looking to catch out the Corki, but Corki will affect his recall. Braum not being spotted out quite yet, has now been spotted out. Darius takes a little bit of poke there. Aurelia all by herself. The Blitzcrank grab will lock her up, as well as the knock up. She will have her Guardian Angel activated. Still 5 members of Team Lucky 5 surrounding her, but the ultimate coming out from the Braum as well as her flash, enough to keep her alive. That is an amazing play made by Aurelia. Alright, also getting reports from my admin team that we have verified both of those round 1 games in the second tournament are actually occurring and are both roughly 40 or so minutes into game. So unfortunately there will be a slightly longer delay for those two teams that have already concluded those games waiting for their opponents. We'll have it affected on the bracket as soon as those matches conclude. Of course, we're in the same situation with this semi-finals matchup where it's been fairly close the entire game. We are 50 minutes into play, and there is only a 7,000 goal difference between these teams. Amu getting locked down by 4 members of Team Kugang, though he will go down there. It's going to be a 4 versus 5 situation in favor of the purple side, and the blue side inhibitor, mid lane inhibitor has already gone down. Syndra manages to stun down one member or a couple members of Team Kugang, but quickly goes down to 100 HP, and she will be deleted as her Zhonya's expires. Now only 3 members of Team Lucky 5 available to try and keep their Nexus and their turrets alive here. Darius trying to come back in with Jinx. Jinx has purchased the Guardian. A sapling coming out from the Mayokai. Darius getting knocked up by the Braum ult. Braum taking a huge amount of pressure. The turret going down in the bottom lane. Looking for the inhibitor as well. Kugang will be quite successful with that play. Also a huge wave of minions pressuring into the top lane. They're going to be taking down the first Nexus turret. They could finish things off here. 25 seconds for the Emu to come back. Only Jinx and Blitzcrank available to defend the second turret. This is going to be the Nexus. That is the game in favor of Team Kugang. Congratulations, guys. You're moving on into the finals matchup. Of course, Team Lucky 5, you've got one more match to play in the bronze match. Going to take a quick look at your opponents for that matchup. Taking a look here, we've got the Lucky 5 on the blue side facing off against Claudius is a Girl to determine the 3rd and 4th place teams, while the stream itself moves on into the finals matchup, where we're going to have Team Kugang playing for their 2nd time this evening on the blue side of the map. Of course, it's going to be their 4th game in tonight's tournament, and they're going to be facing off against By Me Wow Eugene. They started out in round 2 and have now defeated 3 opponents to make their way into the finals matchup of tonight's tournament. Again, guys, looking for my invite into our finals match this evening. Gonna let Emmanuel, a summoner from Kugang, let me know to send that out to me. Also, I have finished my water. That was a very, very long matchup, lasting 50 minutes and 7 seconds. So as we get into champion selection, as we get through champion selection, as we get into the load screen, into spectator delay before the load screen, I'm going to be taking a brief break to try and recollect my thoughts here, as I'm sure you may have noticed I am having trouble even Englishing at this point. So as we get into this finals match and into that spectator delay period, I'm going to be taking a 3-minute break, but as we get back into the loading screen and onto the Rift for our finals matchup between Team Kugang and By Me Wow Eugene, I will be returning to Shoutcast the matchup. Again, just waiting on an invite into our finals matchup for this evening. Again, we have Team Kugang playing from the blue side with Team... Oh my, it's not showing. Better refresh our page here. Again, it's Kugang from the blue side with By Me Wow Eugene. I think that's a cue for someone who wants a little bit of World of Warcraft. Of course, you can't buy WoW with a Rise skin, but you can look damn cool while playing League. Again, guys, heading into our finals matchup this evening, just waiting on that invite. For anybody not aware of where we're at right now, this is a Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament, and we would love if you hit that follow button or check out our website. Speaking of our website, I'll get that bracket link posted back into Twitch chat for everyone. Also, as far as the secondary bracket is concerned, I've confirmed with our admin team those 2 matches that have not concluded are still underway. And as I look down at the bracket, it looks like one of them has just concluded. Team Sirens emerging victorious over Team Calvin Trolls. Still waiting on a match report between the Gilded Walk and Chaos Esports. Looks like Emmanuel is restarting his computer. Gonna have a slight delay here getting the finals matchup started up, apparently. I could always try and contact a member of Team By Me Wow Eugene and get us into the lobby. Oh. Conveniently, I have a chat window open from one of those members as well. They asked me for a roster change at the beginning of tonight's tournament, and apparently it's been enough to get them this far. Of course, with only 4 rounds of play. No, 4 rounds of play is still a significant number of rounds. Our largest tournaments being 5, maybe 6 rounds if we go over 32 participating teams. Of course, Senjutsu realizes that he's on the purple side, and it's his opponent's responsibility for forming up that matchup. But it looks like he's going to form it up anyways for me and move himself over to that purple side, sending out his opponents the invites as appropriate, or accepting theirs if we do need to move into a different lobby. I feel so weird sitting not in a lobby. Of course, I do have this beautiful windscreen coming in from Kugang. We saw that Corki do very, very well, as well as Sarath performing very well. Both of them with over 10 kills. Corki sitting 13-3-13, and the Sarath finishing off 12-3-19. 2 very impressive scores. Alright, and I do have a lobby, though only Senjutsu sitting in it, a member of By Me Wow Eugene, looking to get the rest of their team as well as their opposition into the lobby. Getting reports that the team that Jason H. Tran is on, can double check what that team is. It was one of the teams sitting in round 2 of play in the secondary event. Had their carry actually fall asleep on them. That is Rexy.com. Unfortunate event for them. Maybe they will have to replace their, or one of their carries. I'm still not seeing a win between the Gilded Walk and Chaos Esports affected onto the bracket, and indeed I'm not seeing a win in our match reports either. So I have just refreshed my page here looking for it. No, I don't see anything there. Alright, so they do have a little bit of time in order to try and wake up their carry or find a appropriate substitution for their team. Getting reports that Chaos Esports won the game, and indeed I am seeing that coming at 10:13. Not quite sure why I didn't see it half a moment ago, but it should have been there for the last minute or so. They're good to go. Alright, hopefully that's been affected on the bracket, and if not, it's not hard to affect it on the bracket. It's going to take a quick look there. Indeed, Chaos Esports winning round 1 of the secondary tournament. Are going to be moving on into round 2 to face off against Rexy.com. Again, guys, we are heading into the finals matchup of tonight's tournament. We have Team By Me Wow Eugene currently sitting on the blue side. I believe they'll be switching over onto the purple side before things get started up, and they're facing off against Team Kugang. We've watched Kugang all the way from round 1 tonight. They've done fairly well, though that semifinals match was intense, was very close. They managed to emerge victorious. Alrighty guys, looks like we need one more member. It's not Emmanuel. He's managed to restart his computer and has gotten himself into the lobby. Looking to see who's missing still from Team Ku Gang. Looking to see if teams will be swapping sides or if they want to play as they are. Looks like they're going to be swapping their sides. Alright. Also, I'm seeing Faxon. Hey, Faxon. Where is the rest of your team? See Ginormous Noob Sidra. I'm so confused. Apologize for my silencer, guys. A little bit of banter in the lobby chat there. Faxon normally plays with Ninjakin when they're participating in our tournament, so I was a little bit confused not seeing Ninjakin into the lobby. Apparently it's all about the Smash Bros. Wii U. Nobody plays the League of the Legends anymore. Of course, I think that's a little bit of a lie. You're all here right now, guys. They're sitting in the lobby claiming not to play League. How troll can you go? Someone's reported they've added me. Uh-oh. I didn't get it, man. So I'm gonna have to clear my friends list 1 sec. Who do I not recognize? I don't recognize that guy. Apologies, guys. The purging of the friends list is a weekly occurrence. That's a cool name, but I just clicked it. Damn. Oh, I know him. Pharaoh is one of our shoutcasters, so if I deleted Pharaoh, I think he'd be a little bit mad at me. Alright, you can go ahead and try and send me that invite again. Or that friend request again, I should say. Somebody trying to add me for one reason or another. Infamous Dark Orbs. I am so infamous. Oh. At least I'm Challenger. Yeah. Alright, back to all seriousness though, guys. I've almost forgotten where we are, so I'm going to remind you what's going on here. We are in the finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. We have Team By Me Wow Eugene playing from the purple side, facing off against Team Ku Gang on the blue side, and we have all 10 of our summoners into this lobby, so I believe we're going to be getting started up momentarily. Looks like Sinjutsu says his team is ready, and looking down their team, I'm seeing 2 Challengers and 2 Masters tier summoners, as well as 1 Diamond 3. Let's take a quick look, see if these are their solo queue or team rankings. First one is Challenger in solo queue, Masters in 3, Diamond 1 in teams. Good luck getting your 5v5 team into Masters and then the Challenger tier, XZEVZ. Take a quick look over at Faxon. I suspect that is Master in the solo queue as well. Master in everything but 3v3s, where somehow he is sitting in Platinum. The last Challenger is a Challenger in 5v5, but Masters in solo queue as well as 3v3. So some fairly impressive rankings coming out from the purple side of this matchup, though Team Ku Gang has not allowed Masters or Challenger tier statuses to defer them in previous games. Of course, I don't remember if it was a Master or Challenger tier that I saw heading into that semifinals matchup. It was a close game, but they emerged victorious. Again, guys, heading into the finals matchup for tonight's tournament, we have teams. Let's scroll up and take a look. Koogang playing from the blue side with Buy Me Wow Eugene. Of course, that may be why they're saying no one plays League anymore. They're all moving over to WoW. Though that, at least in my opinion, is a questionable choice. Tempting to see what the link is, but I don't know if it's stream safe. You guys can try and type that one in if you want, but whatever it shows you is all on you. Again, guys, heading into the finals matchup here for Not So Stuck Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. We are technically in round 4 of play. We have Team Koogang playing from the blue side with Team Buy Me Wow Eugene from the purple side, looking for readies to come out from both teams so we can get ourselves into champion selection. Looks like the purple side is ready to go, waiting on a ready call from Team Koogang now. Again, guys, Koogang on the blue side with Buy Me Wow Eugene on the purple side. Gonna have to find some sort of abbreviation for that name. Maybe we should just call them WoW all night long. And WoW is behind by 50,000 gold! Just doesn't sound quite right. Montier asking how much time they have left. Taking a look down our win reports here. We have their last win coming in at... I don't see their win report. Alright, gonna have to verify the timing of that match, concluding, I guess, see exactly how long blue side has until they have to hit that start button, technically. Of course, as this is a finals matchup, we can allow for a slight extension. Apologize for my signs there, guys. Just looking to see what we can get ourselves into here. Looking for the finals matchup to get itself going. Alright, hopefully all members of the blue team are there and available to pick up their champions, as they've realized they're past the time limit technically and have now entered into the lobby to avoid any potential disqualifications, though we would allow them a slight time extension at the very least, as this is the finals matchup, and I hate to disqualify teams that have already qualified for at least some sort of prizing for the evening. Again, guys, finals matchup here between Team Koogang on the blue side with Team Buy Me Wow Eugene on the purple side. Koogang, I believe, for the 4th time this evening, opting to ban out Fiddlesticks. Apparently, they really don't want to deal with the Crow Storms from the jungle. Also, Sarath being banned out now by Team Buy Me Wow Eugene. I believe the Sarath will be a respect ban against the mid laner from Koogang. Jace has also now been banned out by the blue side, followed up by a Warwick ban coming in from Buy Me Wow Eugene. Again, guys, Koogang on the blue side, Buy Me Wow Eugene on the purple side. If there's someone named Eugene in Twitch chat, I don't want WoW. It's okay. Seeing Gnar as the 3rd and final ban from Team Koogang. Waiting now on that 4th ban to come out from BMWE. Boom. Yes, from now on, they're Bumway. Waiting on Bumway to make their final ban. That just sounds so weird, but it's so much faster than Buy Me Wow, Eugene. And that final ban from the purple team will be Jarvan 4, handing things back over to Montier on Team Kugang, looking to see what their first champion selection is going to be into this finals matchup. Montier not yet hovering over a champion, has 30 seconds left to make up his mind what he's playing or what he needs to pick up for his team. Looks like they could be locking in their support as their first pick for this match. Janna is being held over by Montier, not yet locked in though, just over 10 seconds remaining for him to do so. Looking like Janna will make it into the game for Team Kugang. Again, Kugang on the blue side. That hands things over to Sanjetsu and Sebs, where we're going to have the first two summoners from Team Buy Me Wow, Eugene. Selecting their champions, saw Volibear momentarily from Sebs, but he's going to hover over Malphite, while Orianna quickly... while Sanjetsu quickly locks in Orianna. Yes, guys, tonight in our finals matchup we have Orianna playing Sanjetsu. Sanjetsu enters the Rift for the first time. Seb's also swapping things off for a Skarner, kind of wondering if this is going to be their jungle or their top lane pick, as Seb's is showing a teleport flash, whether that Skarner, if it does get locked in, would be traded off onto a different summoner, or if that would be their top lane pick. We've seen Rumble as well as Malphite hovered over a couple of times here. MF somehow making her way into the mix. Looks like Malphite will be the top lane pick for Team Buy Me Wow, Eugene. Of course, as I say, he swaps it out for an Akali, swaps it back off for the Malphite, and indeed it will be Malphite heading into the top lane for this finals matchup for Team Buy Me Wow, Eugene. This hands things back over to Emmanuel and Mitcherosaurus, waiting on the second and third champion selections from Team Kugang, looking for a jungler or an ADC here potentially. Of course, they could lock in their top or mid as well. We've seen the pro side opt to lock in both their mid and top lane as their first picks. I mean, it does secure you the champion you want, but it opens you up to being countered. Looking like Emmanuel is hovering over a Wukong pick into the top lane. Not quite sure how the Wukong Malphite matchup pans out, and have not seen Emmanuel play Wukong in tonight's event. We'll see what he... swaps the Wukong out for a Trundle last second. It looks like Trundle will get locked in. Mitcherosaurus also locking in a Lucian. Meaning we'll have a Lucian Janna bottom lane pair for Team Kugang in this matchup. Soraka and Quinn now being hovered over by Team Buy Me Wow, Eugene. The Quinn will be swapped out for an Urgot pick. Still not locked in quite yet though. Kind of interested to see what they bring into their bottom lane. Faxon swapping things off for a Kalista. We've seen three very strong, not so popular, but very strong ADCs. MF, Sivir, again, all strong picks, though not necessarily meta picks here for their bottom lane. He's also swapped out for two AP champions. Soraka has been locked in by Ginormous Lube, showing the Flash Exhaust. I suspect that will be their support pick. Faxon now hovering over a Ziggs pick still. Could we see a double AP bottom lane? No, we're going to see Faxon swap things out for a Corki Ezreal. These are a few more standard AD carry picks. Now for Jinx, he's showing us all the normal ones. Of course, I was excited when I saw Quinn and Urgot looking for an interesting bottom lane experience, but we're going to see Jinx and Soraka locked in for their bottom lane pair against the Lucian Janna pair. Of course, Lucian and Jinx are both top-tier ADCs and is more or less a skills matchup, but Janna has a little bit more crowd control than the Soraka. Of course, Soraka has some utility as well, so we'll see exactly how that bottom lane plays out. Seeing now Kin and Ant selecting their champions for Team Kugang, having a Sin Sao as well as a Syndra hovered over here. I believe we've seen them play Syndra in the past and do so fairly well, or that could have been played against them only tonight, thinking back. Can't recall if we've had Kugang yet play a game on Syndra in the mid lane, though I do know we've seen at least 1 or 2 Syndras played throughout the night. Looking like the Sin Sao will be swapped out for a Maokai pick, believing Maokai will be their jungler if that does get locked in, and the Maokai Syndra pair will be locked in. Looking like Sidrus on Team Buy Me Wow Eugene is going to be picking up a Pantheon pick here, potentially. We'll see if the Pantheon ends up being logged in or only hovered over at this point in the game. We are looking for a jungler from Team Buy Me Wow Eugene, so seeing Pantheon into the jungle could be an interesting choice. I have not seen Pantheon jungle since Rework, not seen him jungle all that much recently at all, but with his global ultimate and some decent boots, we could see a lot of very well executed ganks coming out from the purple team. Of course, we have Maokai in the jungle for the blue side, which means we'll see even more effective ganks coming out there as well. Maokai being extremely effective at sticking to champions, locking them down to assist their teammates in picking up those kills. We'll see exactly how that plays out. So going over things quickly, we have a Lucian Janna bottom lane pair for Team Kugang with Syndra in the mid lane, Trundle as their top laner, and Maokai in the jungle, unless they trade these champions around. They do have 20 seconds remaining to do so, as well as finalize their runes masteries and their summoner spells. And we have Jinx Soraka as the bottom lane pair for Buy Me Wow Eugene, with Orianna in the mid lane, Malphite as their top laner, and Pantheon playing from the jungle for their team. Also, if I have not mentioned, as we hit this spectator delay period, I will be taking a quick break, heading up to refill my water, but as we get into the load screen, I will be returning to shoutcast this finals matchup between Kugang on the blue side and Buy Me Wow Eugene on the purple side. Again, guys, this is a Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament, so stay tuned for our finals match. This matchup looks like we have 3 Challenger trims, a Masters trim, and 1 Gold trim being fielded by the purple side, while we have once again those 4 Diamond trims and 1 Platinum trim being fielded by the blue team. This is again Kugang on the blue side, with Buy Me Wow Eugene on the purple side. This is the finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament, and I hear the sounds of the rift, meaning we should be starting momentarily. Of course, as I say that, there's the rift, waiting for champions to spawn, and champions have arrived. 10 more seconds till that barrier drops, and they'll be making their way out onto the map. We've seen the entirety of blue team, aside from their Trundle, purchase their items. 2 members of the purple team still waiting to make their purchase as well. Jinx has purchased her items, but Malphite and Trundle may not have connected into this matchup. We could see a pause coming out momentarily. Trundle and Malphite still in their bases, 30 seconds in, waiting for items to be purchased, waiting for a pause to come out, waiting for their team to notice. These guys should have voice communications, being at this level of play, going this far into the tournament. At least I assume they would. But Malphite now making his way out of the base a little bit late, but better late than never. Trundle has also purchased items, making his way onto the map now even later than the Malphite, but all 10 summoners are here. There will be no pre-game pause. Again, guys, this is the finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament. I'll get that link to the bracket posted back into Twitch chat for you guys momentarily. We have Team Kugang playing on the blue side in this matchup, and they are against Team Buy Me Wow Eugene on the purple side. Malphite and Orianna forming up a train in the mid lane. It's a choo-choo Malphite.
Minions have spawned.
Minions making their way onto the map here. 20 seconds for the large buff camps, or large monster camps, I should say. Looking like all monster camps now spawn at the 155 mark. I suppose that's what Riot meant by them all being large camps at this point. When I say large camp, I generally mean the blue or red monster camps. Seeing blue team start off on their red buff, while the purple side will opt to start on the Gromp camp. Again, for anybody not aware, we do see the majority of higher level teams starting with what was previously considered the smaller camps, as it does allow the jungler to reach level 2, and then they are able to solo the red or blue camp. Jinx with a bit of poke onto the Lucian Janna. A bit of poke comes through from the Soraka as well. Seeing Soraka throw a few more auto attacks in at the Janna. Janna down to about 3/4 of her HP. Soraka, however, down just below half HP. More poke coming in from the Soraka. Janna and Lucian will be zoned onto their side of the map here. Waiting for level 2s to come out in the bottom lane, looking for a hard engage potentially from the blue side. Soraka and Jinx not quite having that level 2 hard engage. All the chompers come out. Lucian is skillfully able to avoid them. Jinx down to about half HP. Soraka once again fairly healthy, but I think getting a little bit low on mana in the bottom lane. Indeed, seeing her sitting with only 1/4 of her mana bar. This has been a fairly rough start for the purple side, at least as far as the bottom lane is concerned. Q comes out, connects onto the Jinx. Soraka not in range to assist Jinx, but she will come back, and the heal comes through. Auto attack as well, some poke coming out towards the end. The auto attack connects, but the poke does not. Heal comes out, I believe that was Jinx's summoner spell heal. No, it was a second heal coming through from Soraka. The summoner spell heal for the Jinx is still available. Q comes out, connects onto the Jinx as well as I believe the Soraka. Janna getting an auto attack here onto the Jinx. Lucian not quite able to land his auto attack there. Looking for level 3 to come out, looking for a mid lane gank. Pantheon will effect a gank against the Syndra, gets the stun, gets her down to 150 HP, takes 2 turrets for it, picks up first blood from the ticks of the red buff while he waits for Orianna to get the last hit. That is first blood going over on to Buy Me Wow Eugene. Jinx and Lucian also down to about 125 HP each. That's going to be the summoners. No, that's going to be another heal coming out from the Soraka. Jinx playing this fairly, I'm going to say safe, but by safe I mean counting on her Soraka to land those heals in time, saving her summoner spells for when she knows she really needs them. Lucian down to about 100 HP. Malphite making his way towards the Gromp camp there, or Krug camp, I suppose. Now making his way towards the bottom lane, completely ignoring that jungle camp, knowing that his Lucian is down to around 100 HP. Going to wrap around through the Tribush, come in behind the Jinx-Soraka pair. This could be where Jinx is finally forced to burn that summoner spell. Maokai will connect. He is level 3, gets a huge amount of damage out. Soraka is not there to assist the Jinx. The Chompers come down. And there goes the heal from Jinx. She's back up to 150 HP. Soraka, I'm not sure where the Soraka is. Way up the river. The auto attack from the Janna finishes things off. Soraka comes back in with the Pantheon, but it's too little, too late. Kugang has evened out the kill score. Getting reports that the 3rd and 4th place match has somehow already concluded. Apologize for my distraction there, guys. Looking like Emmanuel's taking a bit of pressure in the top lane on the Trundle here. Malphite doing fairly well. Looking like, I was going to say Malphite has a farm advantage, but yes. But the scoreboard is actually not organized accurately, and I did forget to reorganize the scoreboard for us. Going to be action into the bottom lane. Jinx going to go full ham onto the Lucian. Soraka is there to start keeping her very healthy. Janna trying to do the same thing for Lucian. However, Lucian and Janna are both down just above half HP. Jinx and Soraka a little bit more healthy than their opposition right now. And I believe we now have the scoreboard accurate. Seeing Trundle and Malphite very even in the top lane. Though Jinx going to be re-engaged onto by the Lucian. The Q comes up from the Janna. Will connect. Syndra making her way down into the bottom lane. The stun connects onto both Jinx and Soraka. I believe that's going to be a double kill. Lucian picks up the kill. No, Syndra picks up the kill onto Jinx. Thought Lucian had that last hit, but Soraka manages to make her way back onto her side of the map and will recall from in front of the blue pit. Blue side only managed to pick up 1 kill in the play despite getting the double stun out onto the Jinx Soraka pair. Thought they were both going down there, but they still secured the kill onto Jinx, making this a 2-for-1 kill score game in favor of Team Kugang. Alright, so the report that the bronze matchup has concluded is accurate. We have Team Cladius is a girl as our 3rd place team this evening, with Team Lucky 5 as the 4th place finishers. Congratulations to both of those teams. Just trying to get my tournament thing to work. There we go. Looks like that win has already been affected onto the bracket. You guys are good to go for the evening. Thank you for participating, and congratulations on your prizing finishes. Also, Pantheon into the mid lane here. Syndra taking a huge amount of damage. The ultimate comes up from the Orianna, and that is too much for Syndra to handle. Buy Me Wow Eugene has evened out the kill score. Also, I've gotten reports that Senjutsu will not buy me Wow. I guess his name could be Eugene, but I'm gonna beg a little more. Again, guys, purple side's team name is Buy Me Wow Eugene, while the blue side's team name is Kugang. Malphite re-engages onto the Trundle. Trundle tries to exchange a little bit of damage against him, but it's not being all that effective. Malphite already quite tanky with only his Doran's ring. Jinx is poking against the Lucian, will not quite be able to connect. That Lucian going to do his best to clear out this minion wave. I believe he will pick up that siege minion with little trouble. I apologize, did not completely reorder the scoreboard. Looks like the blue side's bottom lane and mid laners were in the wrong positions there. Taking a look at that scoreboard, Jinx actually has roughly a 10 farm advantage over Lucian at this point. Janna is, however, 101, so she's doing a little bit better than the Soraka. Taking a look at those gold scores, Janna has roughly a 300 gold advantage over the Soraka, while Jinx and Lucian are deadlocked. Those 2 assists on Lucian making up for the 15 farm he's missed so far. Or at least 15 farm under the Jinx, I should say. Trundle looking for an additional engagement in the top lane against the Malphite, but Malphite is fairly powerful, is level 7. I believe they both have their ultimates available currently. Malphite actually looking to make a hard engage onto Trundle here. Will fall off as Trundle gets into turret range, though, has forced Trundle off of this farm. Second wave will come out. Montier on the Maokai coming out as well. I believe that was a slow coming out from the Trundle. Indeed, Maokai re-engaging onto Malphite, so Malphite down to just below half HP. Trundle is out of mana, but Maokai has gotten solo, uses his ultimate as an escape, gets under his turret range, has his flash still available. I believe that is an effective use of his ultimate, keeping himself alive as he's gotten so low. Thought that was going to be a kill over onto the Malphite. We're seeing Pantheon and Orianna making their way up in the top lane, but Jinx and Soraka are taking a huge amount of punishment from the Lucian Janna pair. Jinx are re-engaged on Lucian. The Jinx poke just missing as Lucian sidesteps. That's a great juke performed by Maturosaurus. Yes, there we go. Maturosaurus. Something. I am a pro at butchering names. I do apologize if I say anybody's name incorrectly. It does occasionally happen. Seeing Jinx and Soraka disengage the fight. They do have a vision ward placed into the bottom lane bush. Not quite sure why they would utilize a vision ward where they have. Especially a sweeper not being available and looking for a safe play. It will keep their side of the map fairly safe, but Janna and Lucian are going to try and clear that out. They are now at least aware it's there if they weren't previously aware it was there. And that vision ward will quickly go down. Teleport coming out from Trundle as he tries to get himself back into lane. We are seeing him now down about 10 farm under the Malphite, despite being even a few minutes ago. Of course, Malphite has not yet left lane, while Trundle has just recalled. Suspect things could even out once again in the top lane. However, Malphite able to do a huge amount of damage to Trundle with one skill. That was a shard coming in, if not an auto attack. Trundle trying to engage onto Malphite. Malphite not all that fearful of the Trundle, despite him having the precursor to his Bork, the Bilgewater Cutlass. Malphite now down to half HP. Trundle trying to continue the engagement. Malphite down to 300 HP. This could be a huge overstay for the Malphite. Can Trundle finish things off? The slow comes out from the Trundle. Malphite down to 125 HP. Trundle going to flash in under the turret range. Malphite flashes as well. Trundle taking 3 turret hits there, down to about 300 HP. Malphite looking to re-engage as his ultimate not quite available yet, but 5, maybe 10 seconds. Trundle is still in. I apologize. Trundle is still in range there. Malphite not quite able to do this though. The ultimate is back up in 1 second. Ultimate back up for the Malphite. Pantheon going to ult in under the Trundle's turret. Malphite ultimating in as well. That's going to be a kill onto Trundle for Team Buy Me Wow Eugene. Pantheon taking 3 turret hits for that, but will remain with his life. Looks like they could pick up this top lane outer turret as well. That's going to be a strong play for the purple team. Indeed, that is the first turret of the game, going down at the 11.5 minute mark. I think that may be the earliest turret we have seen all night. Lucian and Janna engaging against the Jinx. Soraka the Chompers will come in from the Jinx, stopping any further engagement. Maokai coming in a little bit late to the fight, a little bit behind, has not been spotted out. Looks like we could have them looking to set up for a dragon. The dragon is sleeping calmly in his pit. Maokai, however, engages against the Jinx, has locked her down. Jinx forced to burn her flash. A sapling comes out. I shouldn't say forced, but choosing potentially there to burn her flash. Maokai still in the bottom, and we'll consider that a successful gank, I believe. Purple side pink coming out onto the Syndra. We're seeing Orianna as well as Pantheon responding to that. Orianna's ball doing a huge chunk of Syndra's health. Looking like we may have Team Buy Me Wow Eugene setting up for the first dragon of the game here. Indeed, Pantheon, Malphite, Orianna, and now Soraka and Jinx as well. Into the dragon pit, we have Janna and Lucian coming in a little bit behind the dragon pit. The Q coming out from the Janna connects onto both Pantheon and Soraka. That is the first dragon of the game going down to Team Buy Me Wow Eugene. Looking like Soraka could be in trouble here. Slow coming in from the Jinx, not quite able to connect onto Lucian. Lucian, however, will step onto the Chomper, and I believe Jinx has just utilized her heal. No, her heal was not available. That was going to be a heal coming in from the Soraka. Pantheon also into the bottom lane. Now Lucian down to about 50 HP. He will utilize his heal. Janna trying to mitigate the damage here, but Pantheon is too much. The spear comes out and Lucian goes down. Janna down to about 400 HP as well. Pantheon continues in, but Janna flashes away as the stun comes out. Pantheon picks up the double kill onto Maokai, however, as Maokai is attempting to save Janna's life. One more spear comes out from the Pantheon. Janna down to about 50 HP. Jinx, however, goes down to Syndra as Syndra comes in from the mid lane, utilizes her ultimate there. Going to see 3 members of a Team Buy Me Wow Eugene still in the bottom, and though Pantheon is recalling, Soraka recalling as well. Looks like Orianna will quickly follow suit, while Syndra tries to mitigate minion pressure in the bottom lane. Looks like her lane in the mid has been more or less locked up, though it seems like Purple has a larger minion wave at this point. She's going to stay in the bottom lane for one last siege minion kill. Make your way back into the pit, get a few items potentially, or at least parts of some items, before returning into the mid lane to return to the contest against Orianna. Orianna sitting 0-0-3, potentially doing a little bit better than Syndra despite only a 4 farm advantage. Syndra sitting with 2-2-0, has picked up 2 kills while Orianna has picked up none. It appears that Orianna indeed does have a 300 gold advantage from those assists and the small amount of gold, as well as that one turret going down in the top lane, giving their team some global gold. Trundle, however, has engaged onto Malphite in the top lane. Malphite chooses to re-engage against the troll, has now spotted out the Maokai is coming for a gank, but Syndra comes up as well. 3 summoners for the Malphite. Potentially a little bit of an over-response there, but it's going to be effective. Malphite will go down. Of course, Janna also went down in the bottom lane. Jinx succeeding in picking up the kill. Pantheon now ultimating in behind the bottom lane outer turret. Jinx will continue the engagement. Soraka coming in, and Pantheon picks up the kill onto Lucian, seeing a 7-4 kill score. This Pantheon is doing exactly what I expected Pantheon to do, going full ham and making the opposition really pay for his aggression. That's going to be the second turret of the game going down to team Buy Me Wow Eugene. Seeing the purple side do very well so far in this matchup, sitting 7 kills to 4. They are 2 turrets and a dragon to 0 of both. Again, guys, this is our finals matchup for tonight's Not So Stock Gaming Open Bracket Tournament. We have Buy Me Wow Eugene on the purple side, succeeding taking down that mid lane outer turret, facing off against Ku Gang on the blue side, who has just lost their last outer turret of this match. Again, we have a 3-4-0 turret score with a 7-4 kill score. Both of those in favor of Buy Me Wow Eugene. They've secured nearly a 5,000 gold advantage as we approach the 20-minute mark in this game. Again, guys, this is a finals matchup. The winners of this match will be going home with 3,200 RP and a triumphant Rise skin for each of their final 5 players, while the losers, of course, don't go home unhappy, though they do go home defeated, going home with about 2,400 RP for each of their final 5 summoners. Our 3rd and 4th place teams, of course, are also going to receive some prizing for the night. Those teams getting 1,600 and 800 riot points for each of their final 5 summoners, respectively. Looking like we're going to have another 3-man response into the top lane. Trundle will engage onto Malphite, looking for the slow to come out. The sweeper comes out. Maokai, knowing he has not yet been spotted out. The slow does come out from the Trundle. Trundle continues engagement. Maokai comes in onto the Malphite. Syndra has gotten into range as well. Malphite tries to utilize his ultimate to get away. He has utilized his ultimate. This damage coming in from the Syndra. That may have actually been her stun coming out. Pantheon now coming up the river is going to be engaged onto by 4 members of Team Ku Gang. That could be a little bit of a misplay. Malphite got out with his life, but Pantheon got locked down. That's going to be the first death, however, onto Pantheon. Pantheon sitting 7-1, actually has all of the kills for his team. Trundle will go down in the mid lane to an advance coming in from the Orianna and Soraka. Malphite also teleporting into the mid lane. Looks like they're going to pick up their first inner turret of this match. It's going to be a 4-0 turret score. The choppers came out from the Jinx. They do lock the Lucian down. Lucian, however, doing a huge amount of damage. Other things, a slow coming in as well as a poke coming in from the Jinx. The Super Mega Death Rock comes through, but not quite enough to finish it off. The Shard comes out from Malphite as it comes in lane, but the shield from Janna came out just in time to keep Lucian alive. Janna now trying to defend this bottom lane inner turret against 4 members of Buy Me Wow Eugene. She's going to be assisted by the Syndra as well as the Maokai. I think that's an ultimate coming in. No, just a little bit of additional poke coming in from the Orianna. Pantheon now making his way down into the bottom, and we have Trundle splitting it off into the top lane, looking for that top lane outer turret potential. They do have a fairly large minion wave. All 4 members in the bottom lane of Team Buy Me Wow Eugene beginning to recall here. Pantheon making his way up towards the mid half of the map, but you believe he has engaged onto the blue side Raptor camp. And as we suspected, Trundle is in the top lane, hammering away on this outer turret, looking to get their first turret of the game here. And he will be successful. It's going to be a 4-for-1 turret score, but Trundle has now evened out the top lane as far as turrets are concerned. He is going to consider this not a bad game, I should hope. Forza are going to respond to this by trying to take down their second dragon here. Pantheon and Soraka have responded. Janet throwing a ward into the dragon pit. They will know, purple side will know, blue side is aware of their dragon attempt, but Jinx has come into range, doing huge amounts of damage. The Q as well as poke coming in from the Lucian a little bit too late to get the last hit on dragon. The steal will not be successful. That's going to be the second dragon of the game, going down to 2 by me. Wow, Eugene. Jinx Soraka now looking for pressure into the bottom lane. Maokai looking to respond into the bottom lane as well, knowing that Lucian and Janna potentially aren't strong enough at this point to handle this Jinx Soraka pair on their own. Jinx Soraka doing fairly well despite Jinx sitting 0-3-4. Trundle re-engaging against Malphite in the top lane. Malphite likely suspects Trundle's not alone, but realizing that he's not being re-engaged onto by additional summoners, has stayed in the lane a little bit longer here. Misses the last hit onto the Siege Man, walking a tiny bit too far from it. He's going to not be overly happy with that, but of course it's not going to put him all that far behind, as he is sitting with a 30 farm advantage over Trundle, also with one less death at this point in the match. Also, we have just reached the 20-minute mark of the game. Syndra says they're going to pause, which of course is allowed. Also, we are not in a team fight, not in any real key gameplay moments, seeing Malphite looking to recall from the top lane while Jinx and Soraka are just entering the bottom lane while Lucian recalls from behind his turret. Seems like a perfect time for a pause. Again, guys, we are in the finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament for November 28th. Yes, that is Black Friday. Indeed. Happy Thanksgiving to all of our American participants and viewers. The matchup at hand, we have an 8-5 kill score in favor of the purple side. We have Team Buy Me Wow Eugene playing on the purple side with Team Ku Gang playing on the blue side. Ku Gang has succeeded in taking down their first turret fairly recently, though they are down 4 turrets to 1. At this 20-minute mark, they have roughly a 5,000 gold deficiency under Team Buy Me Wow Eugene. We've seen the mid and top laners doing fairly well for the team, while Jinx seems to have a slight kill deficiency. The jungler has been kind of hoarding all of their kills, while Soraka has also secured one for their team. Seeing that 8-5 kill score, 7 of them going over onto Pantheon is quite impressive. But I wonder what that's going to mean for their other carries and their solo laners as we approach the late game of this match. Of course, looking at the blue side, Syndra has most of the kills for her team, one of them going over onto their jungler as well, while their support has also secured 1 kill. Trundle and Lucian both with no kills to their name. Taking a look at the goal score, that puts Lucian at roughly a 1,000 gold deficiency under the Jinx, while Trundle is about 700 gold under Malphite. Taking a look at the junglers, Pantheon has a distinct gold advantage over the Maokai. Those 7 kills giving him roughly 2,000 gold above Maokai's 5,600 gold score. Mid lane seems a little bit more even, though Orianna does have just over 1,000 gold lead as well. Bottom laners looking like Soraka has an 800 gold advantage at this point. Taking a look at their items, the bottom lane, for the support, that's not translating into a huge difference in their itemization. I apologize, Soraka has finished her Ascension's Talisman of Ascension, while Soraka has not yet, while Janna has not yet completed her first item, and Jinx has completed her Infinity Edge, while Lucian is still building towards it. Looking into the mid lane, we have Orianna with her Holy Grail, while Syndra has completed the Morellonomicon. Yes, item names. Orianna, of course, has her second, needlessly, and her second level boots, while Syndra has her second level boots and only a blasting rod. So that is the 1,000 gold we're seeing in favor of the Orianna. Will give her a 30-40 AP advantage. In the top lane, Malphite has opted for a Haunting Guise as his first item, followed up by the second tier boots, while Trundle started with a Blade of the Rune King, which he's actually managed to complete, as well as his second level boots. Of course, we are 20 minutes into the matchup. Seeing summoners with their first completed item is more or less expected, except for supports, though Soraka has managed to complete her first item, opting for the Talisman path. And with that, we're going to see the pause timer ticking down. We are ready to go here, approaching or surpassing the 20-minute mark of play, seeing Jinx and Soraka try and engage onto Maokai in his jungle. The slow from the Jinx has connected. Janna and Syndra coming in to assist, and the Maokai going to counter-engage onto the Jinx. Jinx will go down to Lucian as he just steps into range. Janna utilizing her ultimate to help Lucian pick up the kill. Soraka, however, is going to exit that fight once again fairly healthy. The Soraka has been impossible to kill. Looks like Maokai will finish off his red buff, meaning he will be empowered by a little bit of extra damage and a slow for his auto attack, seeing Orianna, Soraka, and Malphite pressure into the mid lane here. We do have two defenders from the blue team. However, Syndra takes a huge amount of damage coming in from the Orianna. The Orianna will not connect onto Syndra, though. Syndra going to be forced back into their pool. Malphite making his way into the top lane to assist Pantheon against the Trundle, while Orianna and Soraka try and get damage against this mid lane inhibitor turret. Q comes out from the Soraka, from the Janna, will connect onto the Soraka. Malphite now into the top lane. Trundle has not been caught out. We're going to see two other members of the blue team responding into the top lane as well. Syndra looking for some damage. Soraka has also come up. It's going to be a 3-for-3 fight. Though Orianna and Lucian are also looking to enter the lane. We're going to see Lucian make it first. Jinx now entering the lane while Orianna returns into mid. Janna, Lucian, as well as Syndra. More or less the entirety of Team Kugang looking to respond into mid, collapsing onto Orianna. There's going to be a team fight breaking out in the jungle, though. Jinx may pick up the kill onto the Maokai. Maokai down to about 300 HP. Jinx gets stunned down, however. Super Mega Death comes out, but does not connect. Another missed rocket for this Jinx. The poke comes out, but Lucian skillfully dodges. The Q comes out from the Janna, managing to connect onto Jinx. Jinx clears out the vision ward, the sight ward placed down by the blue team, and shield coming out onto the mid lane Nexus, inhibitor turret. However, it's now down to 3/4 of its speed, down almost to a half HP. Syndra throwing a little bit of damage, trying to force Purple Side off of their engagement here, and they will be successful as they've cleared out the main wave. Purple Side ping coming out towards the mid lane bushes, potentially looking for an ambush here. We're looking to continue their siege back into the mid lane as all 5 of their team members do return into this lane. Minions make it back to the turret. Malphite going to begin hammering on the turret. Jinx looking for damage until the turret goes down to about half HP. The turret quickly finishing off those minions, but Malphite uses all of it, catches onto 4 members of Team Kugang, waiting for the Orianna build, but this does not come in, costing Malphite his life. The Janna ult comes through, keeping all members of Team Kugang alive here. A huge overextension right there by Team Buy Me Wow Eugene has evened out the kill score. Team Kugang now 8 kills for 8 with the purple side Buy Me Wow Eugene. Pantheon, however, now making his way in this fight. The ultimate comes through. He's going to connect on to Lucian. Lucian flashes away to safety. Pantheon down to half HP. Lucian, however, down to 400 HP. Trundle taking huge amount of damage as well. Janna being caught down. Janna will go down. Jinx getting excited. Soraka or Jinx could pick up the kill onto the Syndra. Indeed, Jinx gets the last hit there. Syndra goes down. Jinx getting double excited, continues the engagement onto the Trundle and the Lucian. Maokai trying to lock her down here. Jinx focusing now onto the Maokai. Maokai down just below half HP, down to 1/4 HP, down to 300 HP. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes out. The Super Mega Death Rocket does not, or does connect, but is not quite enough. Maokai actually picks up a kill there onto Soraka. Very well played by the blue side jungler. Again, guys, this is Team Kugang on the blue side with Team Buy Me Wow Eugene in the purple side. Looks like we've had last-minute registration win their round 2 game against Team Sirens. Also, it seems like the game between Rexy.com and Chaos Esports may have just concluded, as one of those teams was asking me about which round they're technically in the semifinals of the secondary tournament. And I apologize for the brief aside from the game. Seeing a blue team make their way into the river, looks like they could be setting up for a Dragon play, but Dragon is not available for 20 more seconds. Purple side choosing to take advantage of this opportunity, making their way down the mid lane. Purple side looking for that mid lane inhibitor turret. Not quite sure what the blue team is looking for here. Buy Me Wow Eugene is onto the mid lane inhibitor. The inhibitor turret down to 1/4 speed, down. this inhibitor just down. The inhibitor down a quarter of his HP, down a half of his HP almost. Lucian coming in with the culling, trying to force Jinx off of their advance here, down to a quarter of his HP on the inhibitor. Syndra is in range, trying to contest as well. Janna, Maokai coming in from behind. Maokai hard engage here, taking a huge punch forward. Pantheon re-engaging. Malphite hard engaging as well, deep into the backline. Syndra going to be the first summoner to go down. Maokai going down as well. That's two members of Kugang removed from the map. Trundle, Janna, and Lucian trying to make it safely back into the pit. The ultimate coming out from the Pantheon, extremely deep. Lucian will go down. Janna gets locked down as well, but Trundle will somehow survive that exchange. If Team Buy Me Wow Eugene can avoid a couple turret hits here, they may be able to use this minion wave and the next one to finish off the game. First Nexus turret down to half HP. First Nexus turret down to a quarter HP. First Nexus turret is down. Trundle not all that safe, where he's saying the chompers will connect. Jinx going to begin taking some turret hits here potentially. Jinx taking one too many turret hits. Jinx will go down. Emmanuel on the Trundle is back, and despite Syndra and Maokai have also both respawned here. Malphite being hard engaged onto by the Maokai, but I was going to say Malphite picked up the turret, but that turret remains with maybe 2 auto attacks of health remaining onto it. Maokai succeeding in taking down the Malphite, going to be a 3-for-0 exchange after the respawn, but that was a 4-for-0 exchange, I believe, before that fight broke out, so an overall 4-for-3 trade. Again, guys, we are in the finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. We have Teams Kugang playing on the blue side, with Team Buy Me Wow Eugene playing from the purple side, seeing Kugang set up for their first dragon of this game at the 26-minute mark, and this will be a successful uncontested dragon. I believe we are 1 dragon to 2 in favor of Team Buy Me Wow Eugene, since Soraka says that Orianna died. I hope that means that she's lagged out, disconnected, or something, and not that she's just died. Alright, so we're going to see our second pause timer of the game coming out here, guys. We are 27 minutes almost into this game, seeing a 14-12 kill score in favor of Buy Me Wow Eugene. Also a 1-1 or 2-1 dragon score in their favor as well. They are 6 turrets to 1 as well. They have roughly a 7,000 gold advantage as we approach the 30-minute mark of play. They've succeeded in taking down the first inhibitor of the game as well. They are spawning super minions into Kugang's mid lane. Of course, Kugang has just succeeded taking down their first dragon of the game, and is going to be looking to relieve pressure from the mid lane, looking to maintain some presence in this match, and find a way to turn things around. Indeed, it does look like Rexy.com and Last Minute Registration are going to be our 2 finalist teams in the secondary tournament, while Team Siren and Chaos Esports play against each other in the bronze match of that event. Of course, the bronze match of our main event has already concluded, with Team Claudius is a Girl placing 3rd in tonight's main tournament, and Lucky 5 placing 4th. Those teams getting their 1600 and 800 RP packages as soon as Riot delivers them. Of course, we'll be submitting those results to them on Monday. Also, our main event's finals matchup is still underway. The match we have on the stream currently, Team Kugang on the blue side facing off against Buy Me Wow Eugene on the purple side, seeing Buy Me Wow Eugene do fairly well into this matchup. I'd almost say dominate, despite Kugang maintaining an evenness in kill scores so far. They are down quite a few turrets, and if they can't group up collectively at the correct times and start focusing down some objectives, I think that Buy Me Wow Eugene may be able to win this game. Of course, they have almost succeeded in ending it a little while ago, but Malphite wasn't quite able to take down that last Nexus turret, and that of course would have left the Nexus itself still to take down. So a couple more good pushes by Buy Me Wow Eugene could potentially end things, but of course, pushing a little bit too hard is a great way to throw, as well as setting up for Baron at the wrong times. And we've seen them overextend a number of times, which Kugang has capitalized on. So, looking to see how this match progresses. The advantage is clearly in favor of the purple side right now, but it's still, I want to say, anybody's game. And of course, with Orianna disconnecting here from the pro side, or not actually disconnecting as far as we've seen, but being unfortunately reported as dead, we've seen that pause timer come out, and they've utilized 3 minutes of pause time so far. In every match, you are allotted 15 minutes of pause time per team, as there are 30 minutes overall given into the game by Riot, so we have distributed that equally between both teams. After that 15-minute mark, if your opponents don't want to allow you to continue pausing, they can force you to play the match out 4 versus 5. If your players have disconnected, or 3 versus 5 or 2 versus 5, however many summoners you have still available in the game. What I'm saying is, after 15 minutes of pause time have been utilized by a team, they can't continue their pause unless the other team agrees and does it for them. So it's always unfortunate to see pause time get that low. Of course, we've only used about 4 minutes from the purple side, the first pause coming out from the blue team earlier on, expiring about 3 minutes of the overall pause time. So they have over 10 minutes remaining for Orianna to return. Again, guys, we are in the finals of tonight's Not So Stock Gaming Open Bracket Tournament. We have Teams Kugang playing from the blue side, with Team Buy Me Wow Eugene playing on the purple side. Seems like a summoner from Buy Me Wow Eugene may be having some connection problems, or may have simply had to AFK for a few minutes. Looking to see when they return into the game and when we can get ourselves back underway. Of course, there is a 15-minute pause time limit for both teams, so should 15 minutes of pause time occur for the purple side, they will not be able to utilize any additional pause time, whether their Orianna is available or not. Again, guys, going over the scoreboard here, we have a 6-1 turret score so far in this game, and we are at the 27-minute mark here. And that turret score is in favor of Team Buy Me Wow Eugene. They are also up 2 kills over Team Kugang with that 14-12 kill score. I believe Dragons may be even, or maybe 1 in favor of Buy Me Wow Eugene. We are seeing roughly a 7,000 gold advantage for the purple side as well. They've been doing fairly well so far in this matchup. Pantheon sitting 9-1-3 has been doing everything he can to carry his team. Looks like we've had nearly 6 minutes of pause time now utilized by the purple side, looking to get Orianna back into the match as quickly as possible here. Alright, since we're going to have a little bit more pause time apparently, let's take a look a little bit more depth in the scoreboard. Seeing Malphite and Trundle facing off in the top lane. Malphite has roughly a 50 farm advantage as we are nearing the 30-minute mark of this game. However, their kill scores are fairly even. The assists actually going in favor of Trundle. Trundle sitting 1-2-6. Malphite is 1-3-2. Also, purple side asking if everybody's ready. Blue side, however, says they are not ready. So the pause time will continue, but I believe maybe transferring over to the blue team's pause time. And since we're going to have a little bit of all chat debate about how the matchup's going to restart, I'll continue down the scoreboard here. Pantheon and Maokai are very even in farm. Maokai with only a 4 farm deficiency. Pantheon has exceeded him in ganking potential, however, sitting 9-1-3, while Maokai is 2-2-7, meaning he is down about 3 initiates or kills on the Pantheon. Taking a look over at the Orianna and Syndra matchup, Orianna has a 50 farm advantage over the Syndra, but Syndra is sitting 6-4-3 compared to Orianna's 1-2-7. Looks like Syndra, however, is still down about 1,200 gold. In the bottom lane, things are even more even, with Lucian and Jinx sitting with just over 190 farm apiece. Their kill score sitting at 233 for the Lucian and 256 for the Jinx. Seems like Jinx has given a little bit more gold onto the opposition, but in general, she has a 1300 gold advantage over the Lucian. Of course, much of that gold is coming from the global gold from those turrets. That 6-to-1 turret score giving everybody on the purple side a little bit of a boost. Looks like the all chat has degraded to Black Friday shopping conversations. Trundle apparently picked up a new CPU. Of course, I was looking at tech gadgets myself. Can't blame anybody for doing the same. Pantheon says he bought a chicken. Wonder if it was a chicken to cook or a chicken that clucks. Again, guys, we are in the finals matchup here. We've had almost 15 minutes of pause time utilized. We are just past the... I apologize, not almost 15 minutes, I guess. Yes, almost 15 minutes. Almost 18 minutes now of pause time technically utilized, which is approaching the 15-minute mark. Did I say 18? I can't count. 12, 13 minutes of pause time utilized, which nears the 15-minute mark, which is what I was intending to say. 10 of those minutes have been utilized by the purple side, while we've had about 4 utilized by the blue team, though the purple side did technically pause this. They've requested blue team become ready. Blue team says they weren't quite ready, so we have technically transferred the pause time over onto the blue side's pause time. Though the pause wasn't unpaused and repaused to indicate that, it's not exactly a huge deal. Again, guys, we are in the finals match for Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. We do apologize for the delays here. We had Oriana. I'm not quite sure what happened to her, but she has now returned, and a member from the blue team is not ready to play, as they were aware and had a rather long delay. Not quite sure if they have gone off to the washroom, gone off to grab a snack, or just gone off of their mind. Alright, blue side now asking if purple team is ready. Both sides are ready to go again. Looks like the pause timer is going to be ticking down here. Alright, purple side has unpaused the game and we are back into action. Again, guys, this is the finals matchup between Kugang on the blue side and Buy Me Wow Eugene on the purple side. Janet, completing her first item here, has purchased the Locket of Solinari. Looks like Trundle and Maokai will heavy engage onto Jinx. Jinx could go down here, but Soraka comes in from the side. Not quite enough to save Jinx. Trundle goes to continue the engagement against the Soraka, but does not finish things off there. Soraka will once again escape that with her life, though it looks like she has been successfully killed once in this matchup. I don't recall who finished her off. It's been a difficult task for the blue team to try and kill out the Soraka. Of course, focusing the support is not generally your main objective, but leaving somebody with 0 deaths is never your objective either. Seeing a 13-14 kill score now, with that kill being successfully executed in the mid lane onto Jinx. Once again, Jinx sitting 266, has the most deaths on her team. Malphite the second closest in deaths with 3. Of course, the second closest in deaths in general is the Syndra with 4, but that is on the opposition's team. Seeing Syndra with the second most kills in the game as well. Second only to Pantheon, who has been doing extremely well in this matchup, sitting 9-1-3. And now about 10 farm above Maokai as well. Of course, taking those kills as opposed to handing them over onto the other carries is an interesting choice. We are seeing him opt to build mainly damage, I believe, despite having a Randuin's Omens as well. He has Stalker's Blade, Randuin's Omens, looking to build a Brutalizer. Whatever Brutalizer continues to build into, I do apologize that my itemization knowledge isn't completely complete. Jinx taking an auto attack onto the bottom lane inner turret. Soraka and Oriana are there to assist her in sieging. Pantheon and Malphite are in range. Malphite well behind the turret. Trundle looking to come back into this fight as well. Pantheon comes in behind the turret, but not as far in as the Malphite. Malphite still waiting just outside the blue team base. The turret in the bottom lane has gone down. They're now looking to siege down onto the inhibitor turret in this bottom lane as well. The shield from the Jan, I believe, has come out onto her shield in general, as Riot has reworked turrets and incorporated shields onto them. Oriana has been knocked out by the Q, and a pause time will come out here. Generally, you're not supposed to pause during team fights if somebody has disconnected or completely lagged out. We do allow it technically while offering a warning. Looking like Gino lagged out. Gino is the Soraka. Alright, looking for Soraka to reconnect here or get back into the game and stop their lag. Purple side has requested that blue team become ready once again. Both teams state they're ready. Suspect the pause timer will be ticking down once again. See how this team fight continues to break out. Blue side looking to chase down the purple side while purple side looks to exit. Of course, with the Soraka lagging out would have been a difficult situation for them. However, the blue side will not choose to chase down on the purple team. We're going to see purple team continue the siege onto that bottom lane inhibitor turret. Malphite split pushing into the mid lane, looking to take down the Nexus turret, potentially being completely ignored by multiple members of the blue team, but they will respond to that, allowing the rest of Team Buy Me Wow Eugene to finish off the bottom lane Nexus turret, inhibitor turret, as well as now the inhibitor going down. Kugang may be in trouble here. Only that one Nexus turret remaining to keep them safe. I suppose they have the top lane inner turret and inhibitor turret still alive, but it's not going to stop Team Buy Me Wow Eugene from sieging into the bottom and mid lanes. Montier on Maokai taking a little bit more damage than he can handle. Malphite also going down there. Seeing Orianna being chased down by the Trundle. Trundle, however, will get taken down. Pantheon being caught out, jumps back in. I believe Pantheon has gone down though as Syndra picks up a double, because Syndra will go down as well. Jinx picking up the shutdown. Going to now be a 4-6-7. Jinx, the turret with the Nexus will go down. The Nexus could go down as well. Nexus down to down 3/4 of his HP. Heading towards the half HP mark, but Jinx has been engaged onto by the Janna Lucian pair. Jinx picks up the kill onto Lucian, though no summoners remaining from Kugang. That is the game, guys. Team Buy Me Wow Eugene emerging victorious in tonight's Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament. Congratulations, Purple Team. Buy Me Wow Eugene. You guys are our first place team this evening, with Kugang coming in a close second. Our third and fourth place teams being Cladius Is a Girl and the Lucky Five, respectively. Of course, our secondary tournament is still underway, but with the conclusion of our main event, I will be concluding our tournament stream for the evening. A huge thank you to all of our participants for coming out, despite it being Black Friday and the day after Thanksgiving. Another happy Thanksgiving to all of our U.S. friends, as well as anybody else who celebrates Thanksgiving at this time. And thank you to all of our viewers for coming out as well. This is Dark Corpse signing off for the evening.